There's something about the woods in fall. The way the air turns, crisp, how shadows stretch longer, how silence grows thick between the trees. As a former park ranger, I've seen nature at its most beautiful. I've also seen it at its most unforgiving. These are not urban legends. These are not campfire tales. These are real accounts from men and women who put on the uniform, walked into the forest, and came back, changed. Some didn't come back at all. So if you're reading this on a cold October night, maybe curled up with a blanket, remember, the woods don't care if you believe. They've always been watching. And they don't like being watched back. My name is Tyler Givens, and I have served as a park ranger for Mammoth Cave National Park for nearly 12 years. I began my career in wildlife management, but over time, I transitioned to interpretive guiding, the kind of work where you lead groups of visitors into the dark belly of the earth and tell them stories about the cave's long and strange history. I used to think that the darkness in these tunnels was merely physical, an absence of light that could be conquered with a good headlamp and calm nerves. But after what happened in the fall of 2017, I began to suspect that something else lives down there, something older than the rock itself. It was late September, a slow weekday, with a thin mist clinging to the trees above the Green River. I was scheduled to lead a standard 4-hour historical tour with 13 visitors. I remember that number clearly because one of them, a woman named Nora Hall, joked at check in that 13 was unlucky for a cave trip. I laughed it off, told her the cave didn't care much about human superstition, a line I'd used 100 times before. The group gathered near the historic entrance around 9 a.m. I ran through the safety briefing. Keep your helmet on, stay behind me, and if anyone feels unwell or disoriented, speak up immediately. Mammoth Cave isn't just a hole in the ground. It's an ancient labyrinth. More than 400 miles of map passageways. People have been known to walk in circles here for days. The temperature was steady at 4 degrees Fahrenheit inside, the air damp and thick, with that mineral smell that seeps into your clothes. Our descent was ordinary at first. The crunch of gravel beneath boots, the echo of quiet conversation, the occasional drip of groundwater from the ceiling. I'd led this same route, down the main cave passage, through Audubon Avenue, toward the Gothic Avenue chambers, countless times. Tourists always react the same way to a mix of awe and unease, their voices dropping to whispers, as though the cave itself demanded reverence. But this group was quieter than usual, even before the odd part began. They walked close together, heads turning at faint sounds. More than once, I caught someone glancing back, as though hearing footsteps behind us, though we were alone. No other tours scheduled for that section. We reached the rotunda around 10:15. It's one of the largest chambers in the system, an open, echoing dome where old saltpeter vats still stand from when the cave was mined during the War of 1812. I gave my usual spiel about the miners, about how enslaved men once worked in these tunnels by lantern light, scraping nitrate from the walls. I remember saying that their names had been lost to time, and that if you listened closely, sometimes the cave still spoke for them. That line usually gets a smile or a shiver. This time, the silence stretched too long. Then a man near the back, tall, maybe mid-40s, with a Colorado Rockies cap, muttered something I couldn't catch. It wasn't English. I thought he might have been whispering to his wife, But when I looked at her, she was staring at him like she didn't recognize what he was saying. I asked if everything was all right. He blinked, looked confused, then nodded quickly. "Yeah," he said, "fine. Just thought I heard something. I should have pressed. But you learn not to overreact underground. The dark plays tricks on people. Echoes bend. Time feels slippery. We moved on. Deeper through the trail that leads toward River Hall. That section narrows sharply, the ceiling dropping low enough that you have to stoop. The air feels thicker there, heavier somehow. The only light came from our headlamps bouncing off limestone walls. I was in front, counting the sound of boots behind me to make sure no one lagged. 13 sets of footsteps. Then, a pause. The footsteps stopped. I turned, sweeping my light. The group stood clustered a few yards back, frozen. Every one of them. Their lights aimed in different directions, beams cutting through the dark like pale knives. No one spoke. "Everything okay?" I called. A woman near the middle, not Nora. Another guest whispered, "Do you hear that?" I listened. At first, nothing. Then, faintly, something like breathing, distant but rhythmic, echoing through the rock. It wasn't coming from any one direction. It was all around us. The man in the Rocky's cap whispered again. That same tone, low and strange, syllables sliding together. Others started murmuring too, soft and fast, like repeating after him. I couldn't understand a single word. "All right," I said, forcing calm. "We're heading back to the rotunda. Now." But when I turned to lead them, my headlamp flickered once and died. Total darkness. You don't know true dark until you've been inside Mammoth Cave, with the lights gone. It presses against you, warm and alive, like something breathing back. I called for backup light, standard protocol. But no one moved. No clicks of switches. Just that whispering, spreading through the group until it filled the passage. I grabbed the backup flashlight from my belt, switched it on, and the beam cut through a fog I swear hadn't been there before. It wasn't dust. The air itself looked pale and shifting. And they were gone, all 13. My radio crackled, and I nearly dropped the light. "Ranger station to Givens, you still in Section B?" "Yeah," I said, heart hammering. "I've lost the group." I repeat, "I've lost the tour group." Silence. Then static. Then a voice, not dispatch. A whisper, faint and guttural, speaking that same pattern of sounds. I could make out fragments. Tala, Sun Voren. Before the line cut, I spent the next 30 minutes searching the nearby chambers. Nothing. No footprints beyond our own. No dropped gear. It was as if they'd vanished into the rock. I marked my position, flagged the route, and called for search and rescue. Within an hour, we had a full response: 3 Rangers, 2 spelunkers from the volunteer team, and K9 units waiting above ground. We searched for 6 hours. Every passage near Gothic Avenue, every side tunnel. I could hear the others calling out names.
"Nora Hall! Mr. Paris!"
Anyone, and each shout came back warped, like the cave was mimicking us half a second late. At 3:40 p.m., I was sweeping the last stretch near the historic graffiti section. Old candle. Written names left by 19th century explorers. When I saw movement at the edge of my light, figures emerging from the dark, 13 of them walking in a line. They were dusty, pale, eyes wide but unfocused. Their helmets were gone. Some were barefoot. They looked right at me, but none spoke. I called out, "You're safe now. Stay still." "We'll get you out." The man in the Rocky's cap stepped forward. His lips moved, but the words weren't English. The sound was dry and rasping, like stone grinding on stone. He gestured for me to follow him deeper. I shook my head. No. We're leaving. The rest of the group whispered together in that same rhythm, overlapping, too fast to separate the syllables. I radioed for the others. When the team arrived, the group was still standing there, whispering softly, like a choir of breath. We guided them out one by one. They didn't resist, but they also didn't react. Not to our lights, our questions, or the sunlight when we reached the surface. Only one of them, a teenage boy named Felix, started crying once we reached the entrance. He clung to his mother, whispering that the stone mouths were still talking. They were taken to the park medical office for evaluation. No physical injuries, just mild dehydration and shock. But none of them, not a single one, could explain what had happened in those missing hours. They remembered walking, then nothing, like time had folded. That night, when the others were gone and the reports were filed, I sat on the bench outside the ranger station. The woods above Mammoth Cave were silent, save for the chirp of insects and the hum of the river below. I thought about the whispers, the way the language had rhythm, like chanting or breathing. I told myself it was stress, maybe mass hysteria triggered by disorientation underground. People have hallucinated in caves before, but when I closed my eyes, I could still hear it faintly. Not outside, but somewhere behind my thoughts. Over the next few days, the situation only got stranger. The visitors were released to local lodging under observation. Most of them regained speech in English by morning, except 3, the man in the Rockies cap, his wife, and Nora Hall. The doctors said their vocal cords were fine. They just couldn't produce English words anymore. What came out were those same syllables. One of the medics, a linguistics hobbyist, recorded a few minutes of it. He said it didn't match any known language family. Not even close. By the end of that week, park management suspended all deep section tours pending investigation. They told us not to discuss the event with the public. Said it would cause unnecessary panic. The official record states the group was temporarily disoriented due to environmental stress factors. Nothing about the whispers, but word spread anyway. Locals talk. People started calling it the tongue of the cave. For me, it didn't end when the reports did. Every time I went back underground, I'd catch faint murmurs beneath the sound of dripping water. Sometimes when I paused my light, the dark would almost seem to hum. Once, while inspecting a closed-off tunnel near Cleveland Avenue, I found fresh scrawls on the wall. Not modern graffiti, not carved, just traced through the thin dust. The symbols were looping alien, but arranged with intention. The next day, the dust was gone, and a new section of cave, one that wasn't on any map, had opened a few meters beyond. The new passage wasn't supposed to exist. I'd walked that section of Cleveland Avenue hundreds of times. It ended at a collapse sealed since the 1940s. A sloped wall of limestone and clay that had hardened into permanent closure. But that morning, the debris was gone, like it had been swallowed whole. A tunnel stretched beyond it, narrow and smooth, its walls damp with mineral sheen as if newly formed. I reported it immediately to my supervisor, Ranger Dean Parrish. Dean was a practical man, the kind who'd been with the Park Service since before cell phones were standard issue. When I told him what I'd found, he frowned, rubbed his temples, and said, "Probably a rockfall cleared out a pocket." We'll mark it for the speleologists to map next week. But he didn't come down to see it. No one did. They sealed the section with a gate, citing safety. Unstable formation, the report said. I didn't argue. Though I couldn't stop thinking about that tunnel. The way the air inside it had felt different. Warmer. Carrying a faint hum like the inside of a seashell. That night, I dreamed of it. I was standing in the rotunda again, alone, my flashlight dimming. I could hear the same rhythm from the tour group. Those whispers merging into one low chant. But the sound wasn't around me anymore. It was inside my chest, vibrating with each breath. When I woke, my throat hurt as if I'd been speaking in my sleep. 3 days later, I received a call from Dr. Karen Leary, a psychologist working with the park's medical contractor. She'd been assigned to follow up on the recovered tourists. Her voice on the line was tense. "Ranger Givens," she said, "I wanted to ask if you've noticed any after effects. Unusual dreams, auditory distortions, anything like that." "Why?" I asked. Because 5 of the participants reported hearing voices since their release. They described them as subterranean, echoing from beneath the ground. I'm trying to determine if this is shared trauma or something else. I didn't answer right away. My instinct was to protect the park, to downplay it. But something in her tone, not alarmed exactly, but wary, made me tell her the truth. I told her about the dream, about the new passage that appeared, about how the air down there had felt like it was breathing back. She didn't laugh or dismiss it. She just said softly, "Don't go back into the cave alone." The following week, Dean assigned me surface duty, trail inspections, campground patrols, paperwork. He said it was to give things time to settle. I knew what that meant. The higher-ups wanted me quiet. The event was already drawing unwanted attention. Online forums had started spinning conspiracy theories about voices from Mammoth Cave, connecting it to folklore. The supposed underground rivers that lead to the hollow earth. Ridiculous, but viral. Even so, something in me couldn't let it go. I started reviewing old field logs in the Ranger archives, incidents of missing persons, auditory phenomena, cave collapses. Most were routine, but one report from 1972 caught my eye. It was filed by Ranger Paul Hennigan, long deceased, and referenced unverified vocal activity during a rescue near the same Cleveland Avenue section. The last line was redacted, but one fragment remained. Heard them speaking below the floor. Below the floor. That phrase kept repeating in my head. One night, unable to sleep, I drove back to the park and parked by the old service road leading to the historic entrance. It was past midnight. The air outside was cold, the trees slick with dew. I told myself I'd just walk to the gate, make sure it was still secure, then leave. But once I reached the metal barrier, the one sealing off the new tunnel, I heard it again. The hum, it was faint but steady, pulsing like a heartbeat through the rock. I pressed my hand against the limestone, and the vibration throbbed against my palm. Then came the whisper, soft, curling syllables that rose and fell like water over stone. I didn't open the gate, but I wanted to. God help me. I wanted to. I backed away, forcing myself to leave. As I turned off my headlamp, I caught a reflection on the wall, not my own. A faint shape of a face, smooth and featureless, where the beam had just passed. When I turned back, it was gone. The next morning, the park emergency line received a call from the Green River Ferry campground. One of the recovered tourists, The teenage boy, Felix, had gone missing again. His mother reported that she woke up around 3 a.m. to find his sleeping bag empty, his shoes gone. She said she'd heard him whispering outside the tent before the sound faded into the woods. Search teams were deployed at first light. I wasn't assigned, but I went anyway. I couldn't sit behind a desk knowing he was out there. We followed faint prints along the riverbank that led straight toward the cave entrance trail. They ended at the mouth of the sinkhole near River Styx Spring, one of the underground outlets feeding into the cave system. Felix's voice was heard once more, faintly echoing from the darkness below. The K-9s refused to enter. The official search was suspended after 48 hours. No evidence of entry, they said, though every ranger on that team heard the same whisper. After that, the park tightened access protocols. Certain routes were closed indefinitely. The gate at Cleveland Avenue was welded shut. Still, that didn't stop the whispers. A week later, I was in the equipment shed doing inventory when I heard someone speaking behind me. Clear, rhythmic, low. I turned, expecting Dean. No one was there. The sound was coming from my radio, though it wasn't keyed on. The voice repeated a sequence of sounds, slow and deliberate. Vorntal Assen, Givens. It said my name. The static popped and the transmission cut off. When I reported it, the communications team said no one else had transmitted on that channel in hours. They shrugged it off as cross-frequency bleed. But when I checked the recording logs myself, the timestamp matched the moment the radio spoke. Source ID unknown. That night, I drove to Dr. Leary's temporary office in town. I needed someone to hear me without laughing. She looked exhausted when she opened the door, eyes red behind her glasses. You heard it too? She asked before I said anything. She told me the other two, Nora and the man in the Rockies cap, had begun writing strange symbols on the walls of their rooms. Curved lines, spirals intersecting loops that made no sense. When she showed me a photo, I felt my stomach drop. They matched the dust markings I'd seen near the new passage. They've started whispering again, she said quietly. Not constantly, just at night. Sometimes it sounds like more than one voice. I asked her what she thought it was. She shook her head. Language usually builds from necessity. Trade, survival, culture. This feels inverted. Like it's older than the people speaking it. Like it's using them. The next day, the park director called an emergency meeting. A federal geologist was coming to inspect the Cleveland section. Official reason: possible seismic instability. But Dean pulled me aside afterward and said flatly, "They're looking for something else. The audio files you submitted, they've been forwarded to Washington." That same evening, I returned to my cabin near the service road and found my door ajar. Inside, nothing was missing, except my field notebook, the one with sketches of the dust markings. On the table lay a Polaroid photo that hadn't been there before. It showed the rotunda, empty, except for faint shapes in the background, like silhouettes pressed into the air itself. Beneath it, in thick black ink, were 3 words I didn't understand. Vorn die Son. The next morning, Dean was gone. His truck still in the lot, radio on the desk. He never clocked out. Rangers searched his road for 2 days before the hire. Up shut the search down. Official line: medical leave. I knew better. Dr. Leary left a voicemail for me that evening. Her voice trembled. "Tyler, I think I made a mistake. They're not speaking to us. We're repeating them. That's what the patterns mean. The cave isn't echoing us. We're the echo. She hung up without saying more. When I drove to her office the next morning, it was empty. Her phone disconnected. The photos she'd shown me were gone. Since then, I've stopped trying to explain it logically. I hear them sometimes, late at night, when the wind shifts and the air hums faintly. Words that don't fit in any human mouth. They rise through the soil like breath through a flute. The park remains open. Families still take the surface trails. The tour guides still make jokes about haunted caves. But certain sections, including Cleveland Avenue, remain sealed under structural review. Sometimes. On foggy mornings, I walk past the entrance gate and feel the rock pulse faintly underfoot, as though something beneath is still alive, still moving. And when I close my eyes, I can hear the voices again, clearer each time. They're not calling for help anymore. They're calling for me. It's been almost 8 months since the incident, and I still work for the park. They tried to transfer me once. Paperwork citing psychological restabilization, but I refused. Mammoth Cave has a way of keeping its people close, whether they want it or not. The new rangers avoid talking about that fall. The old ones, the few who were here before me, give sidelong looks when I pass, like they're wondering how deep I went and what I brought back. The whispers haven't stopped. They just changed frequency. Sometimes too low to hear, just a pressure behind my teeth, a pulse under the floorboards. Other times, clear as a human breath beside my ear. I've started recognizing patterns, repetitions, a structure. Words returning in different combinations, the same way water reshapes stone over time. I shouldn't understand them, but I do. Not fully. More like recognition, an ache in the chest when I hear certain sounds. There's one phrase that always comes through, Vorn de San. It keeps showing up, in the radio static, in the wind down the valley, once, in the murmur of my own voice when I drifted half asleep at my desk. I think it means below the light. Last week, the park received an internal directive. A small federal team was coming to survey legacy cave sections previously restricted. 4 men and 1 woman, wearing no insignia. They carried instruments that looked half geological, half military. Long metal rods with cables, equipment cases labeled in numbers only. I was assigned to guide them, though I wasn't the one who volunteered. They didn't introduce themselves, didn't ask about the lost group, or the sealed gate. One of them, a pale man with clipped gray hair, asked simply, "How far down did you go that day?" "Cleveland Avenue," I told him. "Just short of the collapse." "Show us." So I did. We descended before dawn, lights cutting clean lines through the dark. Every step echoed in tight rhythm. 5 of them and me. Boots scuffing in sync. The deeper we went, the more the temperature dropped. 54 degrees is the usual baseline, but it felt colder. I could see my breath. The air tasted metallic. When we reached the sealed gate, the metal was cold enough to frost. The pale man ran a handheld scanner over it. The device emitted a steady whine, like a tuning fork. Vibration signature. He murmured to his partner, consistent with low frequency resonance. He didn't explain what that meant. The woman in the group produced a cutting torch and began to breach the weld. I started to speak, to tell her this wasn't sanctioned, that we needed authorization, but the pale man just said, "You've already been authorized, Ranger." The gate gave way after 15 minutes. Beyond it, the tunnel yawned open exactly as I remembered, walls slick with a faint sheen, curving downward into shadow. The air beyond the threshold shimmered, almost oily, as if the darkness itself were moving. We went in. I kept track of distance by habit. 100 meters, then 2. The walls narrowed until we had to turn sideways to squeeze through. The hum that had once been faint now filled every inch of space. It wasn't sound anymore but vibration, like standing inside a speaker turned low enough to shake your bones. At some point, my radio hissed. Through the static, I heard my name again. Soft, distant, in that same wrong rhythm. The pale man didn't seem surprised. He only glanced at his equipment and said, "They're aware." "They?" I asked. He didn't answer. The tunnel opened suddenly into a chamber. I don't know how else to describe it except wrong. It wasn't shaped by water or time like the rest of the cave. The rock was smooth, seamless, curved in ways that defied gravity, like the inside of a shell. Faint etchings covered the walls, looping spirals, lattices of lines that pulsed faintly as our lights passed over them. At the center stood something like a pillar, though it wasn't stone. It was translucent, veined with dark threads that moved slightly beneath the surface. It pulsed in rhythm with the hum. The pale man set down his case and began assembling a tripod scanner. The others started taking readings, voices hushed. I stood back, gripping my flashlight too tightly. The whispering was back. Not in the air, but in my head, threading through the spaces between my thoughts. Vornda's son. The pale man's voice cut through the hum. We've located the convergence node. His partner, the woman, frowned. "You're sure it's stable?" "It's never been stable," he said. "That's the point." Then he turned to me. "You should leave. Ranger Givens. This isn't meant for you." "I'm the only one who's heard them," I said. "I think that's exactly why I'm meant to be here." He stared at me for a long time, unreadable. "Then you already know what happens next." Before I could reply, the chamber changed. The light from our lamps bent, folding inward like water circling a drain. The pillar brightened, pulsing faster. One of the men dropped his equipment, clutched his head, and screamed. Not from pain, but from the effort of something trying to force its way out of his throat. His scream twisted mid-breath into the language. The others backed away. The pillar cracked, bleeding light. The hum rose into a full vibration that shook the walls. I grabbed the fallen man's arm to drag him toward the tunnel, but his skin felt too soft, like wet clay. His mouth moved again, whispering Vornda's son in perfect rhythm with the pulse. Then the floor gave way. I fell, not far, but enough to drop my light. It rolled across the stone, beam landing on something that wasn't rock. A shape, curled and pale, like a statue half buried in the floor. Only it wasn't stone. The surface rippled faintly, like skin under shallow water. I saw a handprint, human, pressed from the inside. The pale man shouted something I didn't catch. I remember running, half crawling up the slope, the hum pounding through my ribs. Behind me, the light from the pillar flared white, then cut off entirely. Silence. When I looked back, the chamber was empty. The equipment cases were gone. No sign of the team. Just the smell, not of smoke or stone, but something like old breath. I don't remember leaving the cave. The next thing I knew, I was sitting outside the historic entrance, dawn light bleeding through the trees. My clothes were covered in pale dust. My radio was dead. They found me 2 hours later. The official report says I suffered hypoxia and acute disorientation. There's no mention of the federal team, or the breached gate, or what I saw below. The section is sealed again, this time with concrete poured into the tunnel mouth. But the humming didn't stop. It moved higher, into the rock near the entrance. Last week, I received a padded envelope with no return address. Inside was a single cassette tape. No label. When I played it, there was only static for the first minute. Then faintly under the noise came the whispers. Not random this time. A message. I recognized the voice. Dean's. He spoke in English first, halting, weak. It's not the dark. It's what remembers inside it. Tell them it needs mouths. Then the language took over. Harsh, rhythmic, building until the tape warped and cut. I haven't turned it on again. Sometimes, visitors ask why certain areas of the cave remain closed. I give them the standard answer: safety. Restoration mapping updates. But once in a while, someone lingers, listening to the silence too long, as if they can hear what's underneath. When that happens, I end the tour early. 2 nights ago, I woke to a tapping at my window. My cabin sits a few hundred yards from the service road, nowhere near any trail. The tapping came slow, deliberate. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. When I looked, no one was there. But on the glass, traced in condensation, were the same 3 words. Vornda Son. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I went to the maintenance shed, found a can of concrete sealant, and poured it around my cabin's foundation. It won't stop sound, but it makes me feel like I've drawn a line. I haven't told anyone this part, not even the Park Service. They wouldn't believe it, and maybe they shouldn't. But I know what I hear when I stand near the cave mouth at dawn. The faint, endless whisper of a language too old to die. Sometimes, it sounds like breathing. Other times, like prayer. And sometimes, when the wind drops low enough and the forest holds its breath, it sounds like my own voice whispering back. The last thing Dean said on that tape still echoes in my mind. It needs mouths. That's what the cave has always been doing. I think, teaching us how to speak for it. And the worst part, I'm starting to understand every word. My name is Elena Moore, and I've been a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains for a little over 6 years. Before that, I was a forestry student who thought fog was nothing more than moisture suspended in air. A simple, natural phenomenon. Back then, I even loved it. The way it rolled over the valleys at sunrise made the world look ancient and half. Remembered like it was holding its breath between centuries. Now, I know better. Now I pay attention to which way it moves. I was assigned to the Klingman's Dome district that spring. Higher elevation. Unpredictable weather, but beautiful. If you like solitude. Most mornings, I'd start at the observation tower, check visibility reports, log wildlife sightings, and then hike down the Forney Ridge Trail to inspect the shelters. It's quiet work. Lonely, but not unpleasant. The Smokies have their own rhythm. Wind through the firs, thrush calls, the steady sigh of distant water. You start to recognize their moods. That's why the day it began felt wrong from the very start. The fog came in before noon. Normally, it rolls up from the valleys in slow, ghostly waves, soft and patient. But that day, it wasn't rolling. It was rushing, like a living thing climbing the mountain's spine, pouring uphill against the wind. I remember stopping on the trail, squinting through the trees, thinking maybe a storm was coming. My radio crackled faintly, static whispering, but no voice. I tried calling in, "Base, this is Ranger Muir, visibility low near Forney Ridge." Confirming system. Silence. Just that soft, rhythmic hiss, like someone breathing too close to the mic. When I turned back toward the trail, the fog was already around me. Thick, dense, I couldn't see more than a few yards ahead. The forest, normally alive with birds and insects, went still. Not quiet, still. Even the air seemed to hold its breath. I started walking again, counting steps out of habit. 20, 30, 40. That's when I heard it. Lena, a woman's voice. Clear, close, cutting through the fog like a thread of glass. My first thought was that it was one of the volunteers from base camp. Maybe they'd hiked up looking for me. But then it said, softly, Elena Rose Muir. Only my mother ever used my full name. I froze. My breath came out in short white puffs. The voice came again, from somewhere to my left. Come here, sweetheart, warm, familiar, but wrong in its softness, like it was remembering how to sound human. I wanted to say something, call back, ask who was there, but my throat wouldn't move. Instead, I took a step backward, and my boots sank into wet earth. That's when I realized I wasn't on the trail anymore. I looked down and saw moss, twisted roots, and something else. Something like footprints, but too long, too thin. They led deeper into the fog. The voice came again, sweeter this time. It's all right, Lena. I've been waiting. No one calls me Lena. Not since my mother died 8 years ago. I forced myself to turn away, retrace my steps. Every ranger gets trained for disorientation in low visibility conditions. Stay calm, face downhill, follow the compass. I grabbed mine from my chest pocket. The needle spun wildly. North, east, west. It couldn't make up its mind. The fog pulsed around me like breath. I remember thinking, maybe I'm just panicking. Maybe it's magnetics. The Smokies have iron in the soil. But the thought didn't stick. I kept walking downhill, but the ground wasn't behaving. It tilted when it shouldn't have, as though the mountain's bones had shifted underfoot. The trees grew stranger too, crooked, almost melted. I brushed a branch once and felt moisture that wasn't dew. It was thick and warm, like condensation from inside a mouth. Then, another sound joined the fog. Footsteps. Behind me, soft and deliberate. I spun around, flashlight beams slicing through the mist. Nothing there. The light just dissolved in white. Still, the steps continued, always just behind, always one heartbeat out of sync with mine. I spoke aloud then, trying to ground myself. This is Ranger Muir, currently off, trail near Forney Ridge. Possible disorientation, visibility low. Attempting to relocate path. I said it the way we're trained to, voice calm and steady. The radio hissed again, only this time, it wasn't static. It was breathing, slow, deep, and right in my ear. I dropped the radio. It hit the mud with a dull thud, and the breathing stopped. I bent to grab it again, hands shaking, but when I lifted it, it wasn't mine. Same model, same casing, but the call tag was scraped off, and the battery light was blinking red, though mine had been fully charged that morning. I put it down and backed away. The fog shifted ahead of me, clearing just enough to reveal something dark about 20 feet away. A figure, tall, standing perfectly still. I aimed the flashlight at it. The beam trembled across what looked like a ranger's uniform. Hat, jacket, badge glinting faintly. My first instinct was relief, maybe backup. But when I called out, the figure didn't move. "Hey!" I shouted. forcing my voice louder. Identify yourself. It turned its head, not all the way. Just enough for me to see the side of its face. Pale. Too smooth, as if the skin had been stretched over bone. Then it smiled, wide and slow. "Alana Rose," it said. The flashlight flickered, and for a second, the figure was gone. Just fog again, thick and heavy. I felt the ground under me tilt, and I stumbled forward. Half, running until the trees began to thin. By the time I found the shelter at Andrew's Bald, I was shaking so hard I could barely work the latch. I slammed the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing fast. Inside, the air was damp but still. I checked my watch. 3 since 17 p.m. I'd left the tower around 11. 4 hours gone. I took out my radio again, the real one, with the etched tag still intact, and tried to reach base. Nothing but static. I switched frequencies. Static. Finally, a voice cut through. "Ranger, Lena. Copy." My stomach dropped. It wasn't anyone from base. It was my mother's voice. "Lena, it's getting late. Come home, sweetheart." I turned the radio off and threw it onto the bench. It clattered, echoing too loudly in the small cabin. My chest ached from holding my breath. The window fogged over with condensation, though I hadn't noticed any before. And through it, just for an instant, I saw a hand press against the outside glass. A human hand. Then another, and another. By dusk, the fog had thickened until it pressed against the door like a living thing. The sound of it wasn't silence. It was whispering. Low, indistinct, but with rhythm, like speech half heard underwater. I tried not to listen. I busied myself by lighting the lantern, checking the shutters, going through the shelter logbook just to keep my mind busy. The last entry was dated 2 days before. Trail conditions good. Visibility fair. Returning Sunday. Signed Ranger E. Muir. But I hadn't written that. I stared at the handwriting, neat and looping, identical to mine. The ink wasn't even dry. My name, written by someone, or something, that wasn't me. That was when the knocking started. Soft, polite, almost gentle, 3 taps on the door. Then silence. Another 3, slower this time. I didn't move. "Alana," the voice called. "You forgot something." My flashlight beam danced over the door. The latch trembled slightly, as if being nudged from outside. I whispered, "What do you want?" The answer came in a dozen overlapping whispers. "To remember." The lantern guttered out. I sat there in the dark, counting the seconds until the sound faded. Eventually, the fog's pressure eased, like a wave pulling back to sea. I waited another hour before cracking the door open. The air outside was cold, still, and thin. No sound but dripping water from the eaves. The forest looked normal again. I stepped out cautiously, checking the sky. Clear. My compass finally settled. North was north again. I started back toward base, my mind numb and body on autopilot. When I reached the trail junction near Spruce Flat, I noticed fresh boot prints in the mud. Mine, I thought, until I saw there were 2 sets. One ahead of me, one behind, both leading toward where I stood. That night, back at the ranger station, the others said the fog had been normal. No anomalies, no reports. My radio logs showed nothing unusual either. Just static during the blackout window. I didn't mention the voice, or the figure, or the logbook entry. Some things sound crazy even in a place built on ghost stories. But as I write this now, I keep thinking about what the fog said. To remember, I still don't know what it meant. Only that sometimes, when the weather turns and mist crawls through the valleys, I hear my name again. Softly, almost kindly. and I smell my mother's perfume, drifting just beyond reach. And I can't help wondering if something up there in those mountains remembers me too. 2 days passed before I went back up the ridge. I told myself it was routine, part of my weekly inspection schedule. But truthfully, I needed to prove that what happened hadn't been real, that it had been exhaustion, stress, maybe mild hypoxia. Rangers aren't supposed to believe in ghosts. We believe in data weather patterns, visibility percentages, compass calibration. But logic didn't stop my hands from trembling when I packed my field bag that morning. The forecast promised clear skies. Base confirmed moderate humidity, no chance of fog until evening. I left just after sunrise, the forest still wrapped in dew and bird song. Everything looked painfully normal. It should have been comforting, but the quiet between each call felt too precise, like the woods were performing the idea of peace. I hiked past the trail junction, where I'd found the footprints. The mud had hardened since, leaving the imprints fossilized in shallow ridges. I crouched down, studying them. They were nearly identical to my boot tread, same vibram pattern, but longer. The heels were pressed deeper than the toes, as if the person, or thing, had leaned backward with each step. I told myself erosion could distort shape. I kept walking. At the Andrews Bald Shelter, I found the logbook exactly where I'd left it. The page with my name was gone. Torn out cleanly, the edges too sharp for a simple rip. Inside the binding, I noticed something darker wedged in the crease. A thin strand of hair. My hair? I didn't linger. Instead, I radioed in a basic update. Visibility good, trail conditions stable, and headed toward the ridge line. Around 11 a.m., clouds began building lower in the valley. A light wind picked up from the south, carrying the smell of wet soil. I paused near a rock outcrop to eat lunch, watching the fog form in sheets along the trees below. Normal fog, I told myself. Moving uphill with the wind, not against it. By noon, the wind changed. It came from the north this time, sudden and cold. The fog below didn't react. It kept climbing from the south, slow but deliberate. Two opposing motions, one impossible. My chest tightened. I packed up fast and started down the trail. The air grew damp, sound dampened. I kept glancing at my compass. At first, it held steady. Then the needle began to twitch. Elena, I stopped dead. The voice was faint, farther this time. It came from below, carried on the fog like breath. Elena rose. I wanted to call it out as an echo. Mountain acoustics can do strange things, but the air was too still for that. The voice didn't trail. It approached. Sweetheart. I turned and ran. My boots pounded against the dirt path, branches scraping my sleeves. The fog rose faster than it should have, curling around trees and pooling at my knees. It had texture, thick, clinging, almost oily. I could feel it dragging at my legs as I pushed uphill. The radio on my belt crackled again. A man's voice this time. Ranger Muir. Copy. My lungs seized with relief. Copy, this is Muir. I'm on the Forney Ridge Trail, moving north. Low visibility forming. Possible anomaly. Can you read me? Copy. We have you near Klingman's. The voice was faint, buried in static. Then, do not approach the fog. The signal cut out. I tried responding, but the radio hissed with white noise. Then, under the hiss, I heard something layered, like a whisper recorded over the same track again and again. When I focused, I realized it wasn't random. It was my own voice. Dozens of versions of it, all murmuring the same words in different cadences. Don't leave the path. The sound grew louder, until it was a roar of overlapping allures, crowding my ears. I ripped the radio off and threw it into the brush. The noise stopped instantly. I staggered to a halt, gasping. The fog had closed in completely now, the world erased into a gray, white blur. I spun slowly, trying to orient myself. That's when I saw the silhouette ahead. Shorter than before, maybe 5 feet tall. A woman. I knew that shape, even before she lifted her head. Her hair was the same chestnut shade as my mother's, tied back in a low bun the way she used to wear it when gardening. The fog clung to her like a veil. She was standing in the middle of the trail, barefoot, her outline pulsing faintly with each breath of wind. "Mom," I said before I could stop myself. She tilted her head, the motion delicate and wrong, as if her mukjon had too much play in it. When she spoke, her lips didn't move right. They seemed to catch on invisible threads. Elena rose. "You left me in the fog." My stomach flipped. My mother had died of pneumonia in Knoxville, 200 miles away from this mountain. I whispered, "You're not her." But she smiled. "You came back." Then the fog rippled around her, and more figures stepped out. 6, 7, maybe more. Men and women in ranger uniforms, their faces smudged by mist. Some wore hats, some didn't. None of them blinked. I took a step back. The ground squelched beneath me. When I looked down, the dirt wasn't dirt anymore. It was soaked fabric. Sleeves, collars, tags. A carpet of ranger jackets, half buried in the mud. I could see name patches: Dedu Henson, D. Price. A few I recognized. Rangers who'd gone missing in the park years before. "Elena," they said together. Voices overlapping, gentle pleading. "Don't go." I ran. Branches tore my arms, fog filling my lungs until each breath burned. I didn't know which way I was running. Uphill, downhill, it didn't matter. The forest seemed endless, looping on itself. At one point, I burst into a clearing I didn't recognize, a circle of blackened stumps, each one carved with symbols like watermarks. They shimmered faintly, as if wet from the inside. The fog thickened around the circle, pressing inward like a living wall. I stumbled toward the center, clutching my flashlight. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. The fog answered, not in words, but in movement. It spiraled downward, condensing into a column that twisted like a snake. Then, slowly, it formed a human shape again. Not my mother this time. Me. The figure looked exactly like me. Same uniform, same stance, even the same small scar above my eyebrow. It smiled faintly, a mirror of my own nervous habit. "You shouldn't have come back," it said. I stepped back. "What are you?" It tilted its head. "You." Then it began to dissolve, threads of mist rising off its skin until nothing remained but air. For a few seconds, I stood in stunned silence. The forest seemed to breathe around me. Then a whisper drifted through the clearing. "Remember." The fog broke like glass. Light returned all at once. The sun cutting through the clouds, the forest snapping into focus. I gasped and looked around. The stumps were gone. I was standing on the main trail again, right where it forked toward the shelter. My compass needle steadied. Everything was normal, except for the footprints. A single trail of them led away from where I stood, deep into the trees. They were mine, perfectly aligned heel to toe, but facing the wrong direction. The toes pointed toward me. When I reached base an hour later, my supervisor, Ranger Billings, looked up from his desk with surprise. "You were out there long," he said. "You didn't answer radio for 5 hours." "5," I echoed. I checked my watch. It read once in 40 p.m. I left at 8. He frowned. You left at 8 yesterday, Elena. I must have looked blank, because he handed me a thermos. You radioed in a visibility report last night around 11. Said you were heading back. We figured you camped at Andrews. I didn't, I whispered. He leaned forward, squinting. You look pale. Take a break. I'll log your patrol as complete. That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the fog folding over itself, replaying moments from my own memory. Faces, places, voices. Like it was studying how to be me. I tried writing it off as hallucination. Maybe I'd inhaled something strange. Some kind of spore bloom from decomposing brush. But one thing stopped me from believing that. When I emptied my pack, I found the missing logbook page folded neatly inside. My handwriting. My name, same ink, but at the bottom, someone had written an addition. The next morning I woke to sunlight but felt no warmth. The station windows faced east, yet everything outside looked faded, like the word had been rubbed thin overnight. My reflection in the glass seemed a shade lighter too, less defined around the edges. I didn't mention that to Billings. I just told him I was taking a solo inspection run down toward the Deep Creek area. Lower elevation, less fog risk. Safer. He raised an eyebrow. You sure you don't want company? It's been a rough week. I'm fine, I lied. Just need a reset. He nodded slowly. Probably used to rangers needing quiet. After long shifts, he didn't notice that I never... My radio back to my belt. I couldn't stand hearing static anymore. It reminded me too much of breathing. The trail south started easy. Switchbacking through tulip, poplar, and birch, the morning air clean and sweet. For hours, I almost believed I'd escaped whatever I'd stepped into up there. By mid-afternoon, though, the clouds began forming again. Not fog exactly, just low gray banks hugging the tree line, silent as held breath. I stopped at a clearing by the creek, drank from my canteen, and watched the mist drift along the water. The way it moved made my stomach twist. It wasn't following the current. It was pushing against it. Upstream. Toward me. I backed up from the water's edge, heart thudding. Not again, I whispered. But the fog ignored me. It crawled forward. Curling around rocks and roots, the same slow determination I'd seen before. A single voice came through it, almost conversational. Elena Rose Moore. You left us behind. I stumbled backward and grabbed my flashlight. What do you want from me? To remember, the fog said, echoing itself 100-fold. Then, in a smaller voice, almost tender, you already do. Something brushed my shoulder. Cold damp. I turned and saw handprints appearing on the trunks nearby. 5 perfect impressions pressing into bark, as if from inside. My legs moved before my mind caught up. I sprinted up the hill, breath burning. The fog followed, soundless but fast. I could feel it rising behind me like a tide. I didn't stop until I reached a ranger marker. Old, wooden, half-rotted, pointing toward a disused fire road. I took it. Branches clawed my face, roots snagged my boots. But I kept running until the trees opened onto a gravel turnout. An old maintenance cabin sat there, boarded but still standing. I shoved the door until the lock gave and stumbled inside. Dust filled the air, thick and stale. A desk, a cot, shelves of mildew maps. I slammed the door shut and dragged a cabinet in front of it. My flashlight beam wavered across the wall, catching something carved into the wood. Rambiar Bacho wire. The letters were deep oven. Beneath them, a series of names, each followed by dates. Some I recognized. Rangers. All missing. I tried the light switch, nothing, no power. The air inside felt wrong. Too humid, too alive. I pressed my ear against the wall. Faintly, beneath the wood, something pulsed. Like a slow heartbeat. Then a sound from outside knocking. Soft at first, then heavier. Elena. I froze. It wasn't a voice this time. It was mine. Elena. It said again, perfectly matching my tone, my inflection. Open the door. No. I whispered. It laughed, a dry, broken sound. You already did. The boards over the window flexed outward, as though something pushed from the other side. I shone my flashlight toward the slats. A face stared back. My own. Its eyes were pale gray, fog swirling behind the pupils. It spoke through wood, lips barely moving. Do you remember now? Go away, I shouted. It didn't flinch. You were one of us once. You walked into the fog before. You just forgot. I shook my head. You're lying. The figure smiled faintly. Why do you think the mountain remembers your name? The window cracked. I staggered back as mist hissed through the gaps, curling around my ankles. I tried to push the cabinet tighter against the door, but the wood had already begun to darken, moisture seeping through from the outside. The fog moved faster now, drawn to me like breath to lungs. I climbed onto the desk, trying to reach a vent near the roofline. If I could get out, maybe I could reach higher ground. My hands slipped on damp wood. The fog surged upward, whispering in hundreds of voices. Some mine, some not. I caught fragments. Stay. Remember. Join. Then silence. The fog stopped moving. It just hung there, trembling. I looked down and saw the shape forming again. Human, tall, familiar. The version of me that had followed from the ridge. But this time, its face was clearer. You can't leave, it said gently. Not again. I raised the flashlight. I never belonged to you. It tilted its head, curious, like a teacher watching a stubborn student. Then why do we sound the same? The beam flickered. When the light steadied again, the figure was closer. I could see through it now, shifting fog threaded with shadows. Something like veins pulsed beneath the vapor. It reached out, hand half formed, and brushed my cheek. The touch burned with cold. Remember, it whispered. Breathe us in. Without thinking, I swung the flashlight. The glass shattered against its shoulder. Light burst outward, bright enough to make the figure dissolve into white. I didn't wait to see if it would return. I jumped, grabbed the edge of the vent, and pulled myself through. The metal tore at my uniform, slicing my arm, but I kept crawling until I dropped into open air. I hit the ground hard and rolled. The fog was still rising behind me, slower now, like it had been hurt. I ran until my lungs screamed, until the air grew dry and clear. When I finally looked back, the valley below was covered in gray, undulating like a living ocean. I made it back to base after dark. Billings was waiting on the porch, cigarette glowing faintly. He looked at me like I'd come back from the dead. Jesus, Muir, he said. We just found your jacket up by Klingman's. We thought you'd gone missing. I was at Deep Creek, I said. My voice sounded small, unreal. He frowned. No, you weren't. We had a patrol drone over Deep Creek all afternoon. No signal from your tag. You were never there. I looked down at my sleeve, torn, muddy. The tracking tag that should have been stitched near my cuff was gone. Only a small, burned hole remained. Billings sighed. You need rest. A few days off. I'll clear the report. I nodded numbly and went inside. Later, while cleaning my wound, I noticed something under my skin. Tiny specks of gray, like ash, embedded along the cut. They shimmered faintly when I moved my arm under the light. I tried wiping them away, but they didn't come off. That night, the fog returned to the valley. I watched from the station window as it crawled upward, covering the trees like a tide. Somewhere deep in it, faint lights flickered, lanterns maybe, or eyes. My reflection in the glass stared back, pale and blurred. Then, softly, it smiled. I stepped back, heart hammering. The reflection didn't move with me. It stayed where it was, lips still curved. I whispered, "Who are you?" It whispered back, "You." The glass fogged over, and when it cleared, the reflection was normal again. I told myself I imagined it. That exhaustion can fracture perception. That grief can mimic voices. But as I turned off the light, I caught a glimpse of the mountain through the window, its peaks wrapped in a faint gray glow, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. In the morning, Billings was gone. His radio sat on the desk, still hissing softly. I lifted it, pressed the button. Static. Then, faintly, Alana rose. "We remember." The radio slipped from my hand. I stared out at the fog creeping back through the trees, moving against the wind, curling toward the station door. I don't know what waits inside it, or if it ever truly left me. All I know is that when it calls now, I answer. Because the longer I fight it, the less sure I am of where the boundary lies, between the mountain's breath and my own. And sometimes, when the dawn light hits just right, I see footprints outside the door. My boots, my gait, leading downhill into the mist. My name is Douglas Remy. I am a park ranger assigned to Arches National Park, Utah. One of the most visited, photographed, and, in my opinion, misunderstood places in America. People come here expecting serenity, sandstone arches glowing in the sunset, fragile fins of red rock stretching toward the horizon. They don't see what I see when the sun goes down. I started in law enforcement before transferring to the National Park Service 12 years ago. My post here, near Devil's Garden, was meant to be quieter. Fewer drunks, fewer guns, more nature. I thought I'd finally found peace. But peace, as I've learned, isn't the same thing as silence. Silence in these canyons has a weight to it. It presses down on you, as if the air itself remembers something it shouldn't. The first time I noticed the trees was in late March, about 6 months ago. The desert was just beginning to warm, the trails full of spring hikers. Devil's Garden Loop is one of the busiest sections. 8 miles through arches, fins, and narrow corridors that glow orange when the sun dips low. I'd hiked that trail 100 times. I knew every twisted juniper, every cairn and bend. But that evening, as I rounded a curve near Landscape Arch, something felt off. The air smelled damp. Impossible out here. The red rock holds heat, not moisture, and yet I could taste water on the wind. Then I saw them. 3 junipers stood clustered together, about 40 yards off the main trail. I'd passed them before, but this time they looked different. Somehow, their branches drooping lower than I remembered. From the path, I could make out dark shapes swaying from them. For a second, I thought it was wind, but the air was still, dead still. I walked closer, boots crunching against gravel. The shadows came into focus, silhouettes of human figures hanging from the branches by their necks. I froze. There was no sound except the blood pounding in my ears. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I raised it. The beam hit empty bark. Nothing. The branches were bare. I laughed. The kind of laugh you give yourself when you're trying to believe you didn't just lose your mind. I figured it must have been the light, or the wind, or even my own exhaustion. I'd been pulling double shifts after a week of search and rescue drills. Maybe I was overtired. But as I turned to walk back to the trail, I felt the sensation of being watched. Every ranger knows that feeling. Usually it's a cougar, or sometimes a hiker hiding something they shouldn't. You learn to trust your gut. I scanned the cliffs, the dry creek beds, even the rocks that looked too much like people crouched in the dark. Nothing. Then my flashlight flickered. When it steadied, the figures were back. All three of them, silhouettes hanging from the same trees, their heads tilted down toward me. Only this time, I could see faces, or rather, the absence of them. The skin looked gray, stretched thin, and though their bodies didn't move, I swear the shadows shifted, every one of them turning slightly, aligning with me, as if their heads followed the beam of my light. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own boot. The light went out completely. When I got it back on, the branches were empty again. I left the trail faster than I'd like to admit. Back at the station, I tried to make sense of it. I even checked the database. Old reports, accidents, crimes, anything connected to Devil's Garden. There were deaths, sure. Falls, heat stroke, exposure. But no hangings, nothing close. I didn't tell anyone that night. You don't want to be that ranger, the one who spooks new hires with ghost stories. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about it. How the branches looked wrong, how the figures all faced me. The next evening, I went back. It wasn't bravado. It was compulsion. The same pull that drives you to check a noise twice. The trail was deserted by then, the red rock glowing faintly under the half moon. When I reached the same spot, I stopped and waited. The silence pressed in again. At first, nothing. Just the rustle of desert wind and my own heartbeat. Then I noticed something I hadn't before. The trees were different. There were 4 now. One more than yesterday. And it wasn't just any tree. The new one stood a little closer to the trail, its trunk twisted like a rope. I aimed my flashlight at it and felt my stomach drop. Hanging from the lowest branch was a figure that hadn't been there before, and it was wearing a ranger's uniform. I could see the khaki shirt, the dark green pants, even the shape of the badge on the chest, catching the faintest glint of light. But what froze me wasn't the uniform. It was the boots. They were mine. Not just similar, identical. Same scuffed toes, same crack in the sole near the heel. I remember whispering out loud, "What the hell?" and taking a step forward before I stopped myself. Something deep in my gut screamed at me, not to move closer. The thing hanging there wasn't swaying with the wind anymore. It was breathing. Slow, rhythmic. In and out. I don't remember running back. I only remember the sound that followed me. Dry branches creaking. In perfect time with my footsteps. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that 4th tree. By dawn, I'd convinced myself it was stress. Ranger shifts can break people, especially when you work remote posts. Hallucinations happen, dehydration, exhaustion, you name it. So I did what any rational man would do. I went back a 3rd time. That day, I brought my camera. If it was all in my head, I'd prove it. I reached the same curve around sunset, the light bleeding out of the rock, until it looked like rusted iron. The trees were still there, 4 now just as I'd seen. No movement, no wind. I snapped a photo. Then another. Nothing strange showed on the preview screen. But then the sound started. It was faint at first, a kind of low hum, like wind pushing through a narrow canyon. Then it deepened, layered with something else whispering. Dozens of overlapping voices, too faint to make out words. I spun around, sweeping my flashlight over the rocks. Nothing. The sound was coming from above. When I looked up, the branches were full. Every tree was now occupied. Dark figures dangling from the limbs, their forms half swaying in the windless air. Their feet brushed the ground, scraping the sand. One of them, the nearest, lifted its head slightly, and I swear to God I saw my own face reflected in its hollow sockets. That was the first time I screamed on duty. I bolted down the trail, the whispers growing louder. Voices calling my name, my full name, Douglas Everett Remy, over and over, from every direction. By the time I reached my truck, I could still hear them. I didn't go back for 3 days. When I finally told my supervisor, she gave me the look you give someone who's been in the desert too long. She said there were no trees large enough to support a body out there. That Devil's Garden was mainly rock formations, not tall growth. I offered to show her. She declined. But later that week, a tourist came into the station, asking a strange question. He wanted to know if there were any memorials near the trail. Those hanging effigies, he called them, said he'd seen them from a distance and thought it was an art installation. That night I went back again. Alone. I told myself it was to prove something. That the trees weren't real, that I hadn't lost control of my mind. But deep down, I think I knew. There's something about arches that doesn't want to stay unseen. The wind was rising by the time I reached the ridge. Sand stung my face. The air felt charged, almost metallic. When I crested the last rise and looked toward the hollow, my flashlight beam shook against the rock. The trees were gone. Every one of them. In their place, the sand was disturbed. Shallow impressions like drag marks leading toward the cliffs. And at the base of the nearest rock fin, I saw something half buried, a rope, frayed and stained dark at one end. That was when I realized the ground wasn't just sand. It was ash, and beneath that thin layer of ash I could see roots. Tangled, blackened roots that pulsed faintly like veins under skin. I wanted to leave, but my legs wouldn't listen. I just stood there, frozen, as the light dimmed and the whispering started again. Closer this time. Then, in the beam of my flashlight, a shadow stretched across the sand. Long, thin, unmistakably human. But there was no one behind me. The shadow shouldn't have been there. The desert was empty, the air still. Nothing behind me, nothing above. But it moved slowly, as if swaying on a rope I couldn't see. I turned, expecting to find someone with a flashlight, another ranger maybe. There was nothing but stone and moonlight. My shadow stayed where it was, stretched across the ground, disconnected from me. Then the sound came. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was the groan of wood under strain. The unmistakable sound of a branch bending beneath weight. Except there were no trees. I took a step back and the sand shifted underfoot. Something gave way with a soft crack. I looked down. A root, thin, blackened, and moving. It snaked across the ground toward my boot, then burrowed back beneath the ash. My hands shook. I swung the flashlight around again, desperate for something real to anchor myself. The beam landed on the rope half, buried in sand. It was trembling too, as if something on the other end was pulling. That was when I noticed the footprints. They circled me in the dust, bare human, pressed deep as if someone had walked here minutes ago. But the direction was wrong. The toes all pointed toward me. I forced myself to move, following the drag marks up toward the rock fen. Every instinct screamed to leave, but curiosity has a way of dressing itself up as duty. I told myself I was investigating, not losing my mind. When I reached the cliff base, I realized the drag marks didn't stop there. They went up, straight up the vertical sandstone wall, like something had crawled, dragging its own weight by the rope still tethered to it. The radio on my vest crackled suddenly. Static at first, then a voice, thin and distorted. Ranger Remy respond. Relief hit me so fast I almost laughed. "This is Remy," I said, pressing the mic. "I'm at Devil's Garden, coordinates." The voice cut through again, but this time it wasn't dispatch. "Ranger Remy, turn around." My blood went cold. The voice wasn't coming from the radio. It was behind me. When I turned, the rope was gone. So were the footprints. Only the ash remained. Disturbed, swirling slightly, as if something had just lifted off the ground. And then I saw it. Farther down the wash, maybe 50 yards away, one of the junipers stood alone. I'd swear it hadn't been there moments before. Its branches hung low and heavy, and from the lowest one, something shifted. A figure swinging gently in the still air. I moved closer, drawn by some mix of dread and disbelief. The light trembled across the figure's shape. Boots, trousers, the curve of a ranger's hat. My hat. The face was hidden by shadow. I raised the flashlight. The beam caught glass. Camera glass. A trail camera. The kind we mount on trees to monitor wildlife, was strapped to the trunk, just above the figure's head. The lens faced outward, straight toward me. That's when the figure lifted its head. Its face was mine. Only the eyes were open wide and dry, as if they'd been that way for a long time. The mouth opened slightly, enough to let out a sound halfway between a gasp and a sigh. Then the rope snapped. The body dropped, hitting the ground in a puff of ash. I stepped back, but the camera blinked once. Red light, recording. Then everything went black. When I came to, I was in my truck. The dashboard clock read 2:13 a.m. My flashlight was on the passenger seat. My boots were coated in fine gray dust. I didn't remember walking back. I drove straight to the station and locked myself in the equipment room. When I looked in the mirror, I expected to see bloodshot eyes or exhaustion. Instead, there was a line of ash across my neck, thin as a rope mark. By morning, I'd half convinced myself it was a dream, a hallucination triggered by stress. But when I checked the evidence log, one of the trail cameras was indeed missing from inventory. I requested the memory cards from the others on that route. The tech team thought it was a strange request, but they handed them over anyway. That afternoon, I reviewed the footage on the station's old monitor. The cameras had captured nothing unusual. Tourists, deer, the shifting light. But the last clip caught my attention. Timestamp 1947, March 23rd. The footage showed the trail near Landscape Arch. My own silhouette entered the frame, walking toward the trees. The camera glitched once. When the image returned, there were 3 figures hanging from the branches in the distance. Dark shapes barely distinguishable in the grain. I leaned closer. The next frame showed 4. The 4th hung nearer the trail. And when I paused the footage, the 4th figure's face turned, ever so slightly, toward the camera. It was mine again. The video cut to static. I didn't finish my shift that day. My supervisor noticed I was pale and sent me home early. I didn't argue, but I didn't go home either. I drove straight back to the trailhead. It was almost sunset again. I parked at the same spot, grabbed the flashlight, and started walking. The wind had picked up, carrying sand across the path in soft streams. The rock faces glowed like embers. As I neared the turn toward the hollow, I stopped. There were sounds ahead, boots on gravel, soft and rhythmic. I crouched behind a boulder, waited, and then leaned out to look. Someone was walking the trail. It was me. Not metaphorically, not in memory. Me. Same uniform, same gait. Same scar on the knuckle of my right hand. The light from his flashlight swept the same arc mine. Always did when I walked that trail. He didn't see me. He passed within 10 feet, eyes fixed ahead, heading straight toward the place where the trees should have been. I wanted to call out, to test if he'd react, but some instinct deeper than fear told me not to. I followed instead, staying just behind the shadows, watching myself from the edge of the trail. When he reached the hollow, he stopped and looked up. The trees were back. All of them. 7 this time, clustered like a noose around the clearing. Every one hung heavy with a figure. And in the center, the other me staring up, unmoving. Then his flashlight flickered out. I called his name, my own name. Doug. He turned. His eyes caught the moonlight. They were completely black. The rope above him swung down on its own and looped around his neck. He didn't struggle. Didn't speak. Just stood there as it tightened. Then, like a glitch skipping a frame, he was gone. The rope hung empty. I backed away until the trail curved out of sight. I don't remember running, but I remember the sound, the rhythmic creak of branches. 7 of them, in unison. When I reached my truck, the radio came alive again. Just static at first. Then a voice broke through, clear this time. Ranger Remy, report in. We found your vehicle parked overnight. You okay? It was dispatch. Overnight. The clock on my dash said 6:42 a.m. I answered, yeah, I'm fine. Just got turned around. A pause. You were supposed to check in yesterday. I looked at the date on my phone. 2 days had passed. That night, back in my cabin, I tried to sleep. Every time I drifted off, I dreamed of ropes tightening, branches creaking. At some point, I woke to find the window open. The wind smelled like rain. On the glass, faint streaks of ash spelled 3 words, Lok Bishinyo. When I turned, the mirror above the sink reflected my room perfectly, except for one thing. In the reflection, there was a tree growing from the corner, its roots spreading across the floorboards. Something hung from it. I dropped the flashlight, and the sound it made echoed too long, like the room had deepened. That's when I noticed something else. The floor under my boots was no longer wood. It was sand, and from somewhere inside the dark, a voice whispered my name again. Douglas Everett Remy. Drawn out, careful, almost fond. The air shifted, heavy with the scent of damp rope. I raised my head slowly. In the mirror, my reflection was no longer standing. It was hanging. When I woke the next morning, my neck hurt, like I'd been sleeping with my head tilted too far. The H ran deep, a pulsing bruise that flared every time I swallowed. The rope mark, the one I'd thought was just ash, had turned red. I told myself I'd dreamed the night before. The mirror, the reflection, the hanging. But when I checked the corner of the cabin, I found grains of sand scattered in a rough circle, the same gray ash from the desert. I swept it up, threw it outside, and locked the door. Rangers are trained to document everything. Facts anchor you when your mind starts playing tricks. So I wrote down what I remembered. times. Locations, temperatures, even the direction of the wind. I listed the number of trees I'd seen each time: 3, 4, then 7. The pattern made no sense, but the act of writing helped. For a while. By noon, the sky turned overcast. That's rare here. Clouds thick enough to dim the sun. The desert doesn't like shadows unless it makes them itself. I drove back to the station to file my report. My supervisor, Karen, looked up as soon as I entered. "You look like hell," she said. "Didn't sleep." She studied me for a moment, then sighed. "I got your message about the camera footage. You sure you're okay? We can pull you off patrol for a bit." I shook my head. "I need to see something. Out near the garden. There's something happening out there." Karen leaned back in her chair. "Doug, if this is about those trees again..." "Just give me a few hours," I said. "If I'm wrong, I'll file for leave." No argument. She hesitated, then nodded. "Fine, but radio every hour. And take someone with you." I didn't. I left a note saying I'd meet another ranger on site, but I didn't wait. Whatever this thing was, it didn't want witnesses. The clouds hung low when I reached the trailhead. Light died early that afternoon, bleeding orange through the haze. I took my flashlight, camera, and a portable radio. Gear enough for one long night if it came to that. The first mile of trail was quiet. Just the crunch of gravel under my boots and the slow wind scraping across the sandstone. When I reached the hollow, everything looked normal. Empty. No trees. No rope. Just rock. I took a step forward. The radio hissed once, then went silent. And the sand moved. Not from wind, something underneath it. Ripples like something breathing beneath the surface. The ground pulsed faintly, and when I knelt to look closer, I saw tiny cracks forming patterns. Roots again, black and slick. They spread in loops, converging toward the center of the hollow. Then the air changed. It felt heavier, thicker, like a storm building pressure. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in seconds. I could see my breath. The wind that wasn't there before started whispering, soft, rhythmic, like the hum of a rope swinging. The trees began to rise. It wasn't a trick of light this time. They emerged from the sand, slow and deliberate, their trunks twisting upward as if grown and fast forward. Branches stretched, creaked, found their shape. 7 of them again. The smell hit next, wet bark and decay. One branch cracked sharply, and something fell from it. A scrap of fabric. I picked it up. Khaki cloth. Torn at the seam. My uniform. Then the whispering turned into words. Ranger Remy. The voices were layered. Hundreds of them overlapping in time. Men and women both, speaking with the same patient cadence. "You see us now." I took a step back. "Who are you?" The answer came from everywhere. We were here before the stone had names. The nearest tree shuddered. From its branches, something shifted, a body hanging lifeless. Another followed, then another, until all 7 swayed in perfect rhythm. The faces were faint at first, shadows only. Then they sharpened. Every one of them was me. 7 versions of myself, hanging from 7 ropes. Each face caught in a different moment of recognition. Shock, fear, acceptance. I raised the camera, hands shaking, and took a photo. The flash ignited the hollow. For an instant, everything froze. Then the light caught something behind them. An 8th tree. Taller, older. And it was empty. The rope on that one hung loose, its loop open and waiting. I dropped the camera and ran. The air filled with the sound of wood cracking, ropes stretching. Sand exploded upward as roots tore free. I heard the branches creak in rhythm to my heartbeat. The whispers followed, louder now, close enough to feel their breath. Face us. I didn't. I just kept running. But the trail didn't lead where it should. Every turn took me back to the same ridge, the same hollow below. The park had folded in on itself. When I reached the edge again, the trees were closer. The eighth one stood in the center now, and the rope was swinging. Something invisible caught my shoulder. I fell hard, rolling through the dust. My throat burned, the air too thick to breathe. When I looked up, I saw footprints forming around me. Bare feet, pressing into the sand, one by one, circling. The voices rose. The desert remembers. So must you. A branch bent low enough to touch the ground beside me. The rope's end brushed my arm. It was cold. It smelled like rain again. Rain that never fell here. That scent broke something open in my head. A memory. I was 23, a rookie ranger on my first assignment. There'd been a hiker missing out near Devil's Garden. An older man. We found his camp, but not him. Just a rope tied between two junipers, weathered and snapped. The report had said, suicide attempt incomplete. But the body had never been recovered. I'd written the summary myself. I'd forgotten that until now. The rope brushed my neck again, gently this time, almost tender. I pushed it away and stood. I remember, I said aloud, not sure why. The wind stopped. The voices fell silent. Then, one by one, the hanging bodies began to fade, turning to dust that drifted away like smoke. The trees followed, their bark crumbling, their roots shriveling back into the sand. Within seconds, the hollow was empty again. But the rope around the eighth tree was still there, floating in the air, loop open. I don't remember grabbing it. I just knew that if I didn't, it would find me again. So I reached up, and the moment my fingers touched it, everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my back in daylight. The sun was harsh, the sky clear. A search team was standing over me. Karen, two other rangers, and a medic. Jesus, Doug, Karen said. We've been looking for you for 3 days. I tried to speak, but my throat was raw. The medic tilted my head, checked my pulse, frowned. Marks on his neck, he said quietly. Looks like he. Don't say it, Karen snapped. They got me out of there, brought me to Moab for evaluation. I stayed overnight under observation. They said I'd been found at the base of a rock fin, unconscious but breathing. My truck was parked at the trailhead. My camera was gone. I didn't tell them about the trees, or the faces, or the rope. I knew how that would sound. The next day, I was cleared to leave. Karen drove me back to the ranger housing to pack my things. She didn't say much, but before I got out of the truck, she handed me a small evidence bag. This was found near where we pulled you out, she said. Inside was a photo print. It showed the hollow, 7 trees, and in the middle, hanging from the 8th, was me. Karen didn't know what to say. I didn't either. That night, I left Arches. I told the service I needed indefinite leave for health reasons. They didn't argue. I moved north, somewhere colder, somewhere without red rock or desert wind. I haven't gone back. But sometimes, when the wind catches just right, I swear I can hear it. The creak of wood, the slow sigh of a rope under strain. And when I close my eyes, I still see the 8th tree. Empty again. Waiting. It's been 2 months now. I'm writing this from a cabin outside Yellowstone, where the trees are tall enough to hold their own shadows. Last night, I woke to find my reflection in the window. Only it wasn't me. It was swaying gently, like it was caught by the neck. The park is calling again. Maybe they all do, in their own way. Each one with its own silence, its own rules. Arches never wanted tourists or cameras or names. It wanted remembrance. I think that's what the hanging trees are. Memories that refuse to stay buried. And sooner or later, every ranger becomes one. My name is Kendra Vale. I have served as a park ranger at Black Pine National Forest for nearly 8 years. And I've always considered it both a duty and a privilege to protect this stretch of wilderness. It's the kind of place that humbles you. Dense pine groves, rising like pillars, narrow trails cut through ancient rock, and air that carries the scent of sap and river mist. I've seen more than my share of strange things in these woods. Lost hikers, poachers, even the occasional wildfire that turned the horizon red. But I had never seen anything I couldn't explain. At least, not until the boy. They call that stretch of land Raven's Hollow Trail. It's one of the older routes, mostly avoided now because of erosion and the way fog settles in after dusk. The official maps show it as a loop, roughly 6 miles long, but the endpoint has shifted over the years. Some say the trail moves. I don't believe that, or I didn't. The first time I encountered him, the air was changing, late autumn, that season where the forest feels both alive and dying. I had been sent to check a section near the hollow after a camper reported hearing a child crying near dusk. I drove out around 5, parked by the access gate, and started up the trail. By the time I reached the 2nd mile marker, the forest was quiet in that way that feels too deliberate. No birds, no wind in the needles. Just my own boots crunching frost-bitten leaves. That's when I noticed him. He was standing maybe 20 yards ahead, just where the trail curved and dipped into shadow. Small, no older than 10. Barefoot. His feet were gray with cold and dirt, but he didn't seem to shiver. He wore an old-fashioned jacket, buttoned high at the collar, the kind kids used to wear in photographs from the 1940s. "Hey, buddy," I called, careful not to sound alarming. "You lost." He didn't answer. Didn't even move. I took a few steps forward, flashlight angled low, not wanting to spook him. He turned slightly, enough for me to see that his face was blank, unreadable, like a photograph left out in the sun. Then he walked off around the bend, silent, quick. When I reached that same bend seconds later, he was gone. No trail split, no rustling undergrowth. Nothing but the fading imprint of bare feet in the frost. I followed them a few steps until they disappeared entirely, like the ground had swallowed them. What was left behind were 2 small shoes, placed side by side, perfectly clean, and a metal glint beside them. I crouched down and realized it was a ranger badge, old, tarnished, the logo design we stopped using decades ago. I radioed dispatch, trying to sound calm. "Vale here. Possible missing child on Raven's Hollow. Male, about 10. Barefoot, brown hair, thin frame." I found some items at the 2nd mile. Static cracked through the speaker before the voice came back, muffled. "Copy that, Ranger Vale. No missing child reports today. You sure about what you saw?" I hesitated. "Yes. Positive." I took the badge with me, thinking maybe it had belonged to an old uniform from the storage shed near the ranger station. The shoes I left. Something about touching them didn't feel right. When I got back to the station, I tried to match the badge number, I-4826, but the system had no record of it. The older physical ledgers were kept in the archive room. and when I looked through the list from the 1950s, I found the number under a name Ranger Thomas Vale. Same last name as mine. No relation that I knew of. But it made me sit back in the chair and stare at the badge for a long time. That night, I barely slept. The image of the barefoot boy stayed with me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him turning the corner, silent, pale, the edges of his figure flickering like mist. Around 3 a.m, I woke to the sound of soft tapping on my cabin porch. At first, I thought it might have been a branch, but it was rhythmic. 2 taps, a pause, 2 more. I grabbed my flashlight and pulled the curtain aside. There was no one there, but in the dirt at the edge of the porch, a set of small footprints led away from the steps. Barefoot. The next morning, I found frost melted in tiny ovals where those prints had been, like something warm had stood there recently. The second sighting came 2 days later, near the river crossing about half a mile north of where I'd seen him before. I was checking erosion markers when movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. The boy stood across the river, again barefoot, again silent. He wasn't watching me exactly, more like looking past me, as if I were blocking his view of something else. His head tilted slightly, and I heard what sounded like a whisper drift through the trees. I couldn't make out the words. Just a soft repetition, like breath-shaping syllables without a voice. This time, I didn't follow. I went back to the station and called Ranger Darrell, the oldest among us. If anyone knew the local legends, it would be him. He listened quietly as I explained what I saw. When I mentioned the badge number, he froze. "I know that name," he said. "Thomas Vale. Worked here right after the war. Disappeared out on Ravens Hollow in 1949. "What do you mean, disappeared?" "They found his truck at the trailhead. Door open. Engine still running. He'd been responding to reports of a boy wandering the woods barefoot. They never found him or the kid." I felt my mouth go dry. Was the child ever identified? Darrell shook his head slowly. "Locals said he'd show up at dusk. Same way you described. Barefoot, silent, always just out of reach. They called him the boy with no shoes. Hikers used to leave offerings on the trail. Food, small toys, even shoes, hoping he wouldn't follow them home." I laughed weakly, trying to break the tension. "Sounds like a campfire story." "Maybe," Darrell said, eyes narrowing. "But that badge you found, that's not a prop." I didn't tell anyone about the footprints outside my cabin. By the end of the week, the atmosphere around the station felt wrong. The radio would hiss with static every evening around dusk, even when no one was transmitting. Motion sensors near the storage yard went off at random, and when we checked the camera feed, it showed faint blurs, small, human, shaped, passing just outside the frame. That Friday, I went back to Ravens Hollow with a colleague, Ranger Maya Patel. I told her I needed to recheck the erosion logs. But really, I just needed someone else to confirm what I'd seen. The trail looked ordinary enough except for how quiet it was. Even Maya noticed. "Feels dead out here," she said softly. "You sure your equipment readings were wrong?" "Not about the equipment," I muttered. At the 2nd-mile marker, we stopped. The spot where I'd found the shoes was empty now. Just flattened grass and frost. I looked around, half expecting to see the boy again. But there was only the sound of the wind through the pines. Then Maya pointed to something, hanging from a branch above the trail. "Kendra, what's that?" It was a pair of small shoes, tied together by their laces, swaying gently. They looked old, leather cracked, stitching frayed. Beneath them, the ground was bare of frost. When I reached up to take them down, a sudden cold swept through me, like stepping into a shadow. My breath came out in thick fog. That's when I heard it again, the whisper. Clearer this time, it said my name. The sound came from behind us. I turned the flashlight, and there he was. The boy stood no more than 10 feet away, eyes fixed on me. Only now, I could see something deeper, like his skin wasn't entirely solid, edges faintly glowing. I froze. My instinct said to speak, to break the silence. But when I opened my mouth, my throat locked up. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, without warning, he looked down at my chest, at the badge pinned to my jacket, and something in his expression changed. His face, so neutral before, tightened, almost like recognition. He reached one small hand toward me. The forest lights dimmed, as if dusk had collapsed all at once. Maya grabbed my arm. "We should go," she hissed. When I looked back up, he was gone. We hiked fast, not speaking until we reached the truck. The air smelled of metal and wet earth. I felt something cold against my neck and reached up. There was dirt on my collar, streaked in tiny handprints. That night, I logged the event in the Ranger incident file. Maya refused to sign the report. She said no one would believe us anyway. The next morning, when I went to put on my uniform, my badge was missing. The pin was still there, but the metal plate was gone. I checked the porch, the trail gear, even my truck. Nothing. Later that evening, a junior ranger found something while clearing debris near the 1st-mile marker. He brought it to me in a plastic evidence bag, a tarnished ranger badge, number 548026, and beside it, 2 small, bare footprints pressed into the mud. I didn't file the second report. After that morning, after seeing my missing badge turn up in the mud beside those prints, I stopped trusting the process. Paperwork was for things that followed rules, things you could box into explanations. This wasn't one of them. I kept the badge in my desk drawer at the ranger station, half afraid it would vanish again, half hoping it would. When I touched it, it felt colder than metal should, like it had been resting in snow. For a few days, things went still. The forest went back to its ordinary rhythm. The steady drone of insects, distant woodpeckers, the crunch of boots on gravel. I convinced myself I'd misread everything, that stress had warped my perception. The mind is good at filling blanks when it wants meaning. But the quiet didn't last. On the 5th night after that incident, I got a call around 9:00 p.m. from a hiker named Jordan Shaw. His voice shook over the line. I saw a kid out here," he said. Small, barefoot. Thought maybe he was lost, but he didn't talk. He just stood there. "Where exactly are you?" I asked. He mentioned the same trail, Raven's Hollow. My stomach turned cold. "Stay where you are," I told him. "Keep your flashlight on. I'm on my way." The drive felt longer than it should have, the headlights cutting through fog that came out of nowhere. I parked by the gate, grabbed my radio and pack, and started up the path. The forest swallowed sound like a thick wall. I called, sweeping my light ahead. "It's Ranger Vale. Keep talking so I can follow your voice." No answer. Only the faint drip of water from branches overhead. At the 2nd-mile marker, my radio crackled, static first, then a child's voice, soft but distinct sign. "You came back." I froze. "Who is this?" The static deepened. "You have my badge." The flashlight trembled slightly in my hand. The voice wasn't Jordan's. It was too light, too calm, as if reciting something remembered long ago. "Where are you?" I asked. The voice didn't answer. The radio fell silent except for the faint sound of wind. Or maybe breathing. I kept walking until I reached the bend where I'd first seen him. That's when my beam landed on something half buried in the dirt. One of Jordan's hiking poles, snapped in two. The mud around it was churned with footprints. Not shoe prints, bare feet. I called his name again, louder this time. The forest didn't echo back. It swallowed the sound whole. Then a light blinked ahead. Not a flashlight, more like the dim glow of an old lantern. I approached carefully, my own light dimming as I got closer. The lantern flickered beside the trail, resting on a stump. The air around it was colder than the rest of the forest. My breath came out in clouds. Behind the stump stood the boy. He was closer than he'd ever been before, just a few steps away. His eyes were gray, not blank, but endless in a way that made my vision blur. His feet were caked with dark mud, yet he left no marks when he shifted slightly. "You shouldn't take what's not yours," he said quietly. His voice was clearer now, steady, but layered, like several whispers woven together. "I didn't take anything," I said, though I wasn't sure that was true. He tilted his head. "You carry it. You keep it warm." I reached for my radio. "Jordan Shaw. Are you with him?" The boy blinked slow. He followed the path. What path? He turned and pointed into the dark beyond the trail, where the forest thickened into pine and fog. The one that doesn't end. I took a half step forward, fighting the instinct to run. "What's your name?" He didn't answer. He just looked at me, and then he was gone. Not like running or slipping away. He simply wasn't there anymore. The lantern on the stump went out at the same instant, plunging everything into pitch black. I turned in a circle, scanning with my flashlight. But the beam caught nothing except frost forming on the ground in uneven patches. The shape of two small feet shimmered in the frost before fading. I didn't find Jordan that night. The search team combed the area at dawn. We found his backpack caught on a branch, a half-mile off trail, and a single boot stuck in the mud. There were barefoot prints leading further downhill, smaller than his, but deep, pressed hard into the earth, as though something had been dragging him. They stopped abruptly near the edge of the creek. No sign of him on the other side. They listed it as a disappearance. The boy with no shoes hadn't just been seen by me now. His name was whispered in staff meetings, muttered between rangers when they thought I wasn't listening. Someone pinned a printout on the corkboard in the break room. A photo from a trail cam, time-stamped 3 nights before Jordan's call. The image was grainy, the shape small and pale, walking barefoot down the middle of the path. The thing that rattled me wasn't that he was there. It was that he looked like he was carrying something in his hands. Something metallic, glinting faintly even through the distortion. The next few days blurred together. Every evening near dusk, my radio would hiss to life for a few seconds. Sometimes there'd be a voice. Sometimes just that same soft breathing. On the 7th night, I drove out alone. No backup, no report filed. I didn't tell anyone because I knew they'd try to stop me. Maybe I wanted to end it, to prove that this was a loop that could be broken. The fog began early, thicker than usual, as if the forest itself was exhaling. The flashlight beam reached barely 10 feet ahead. I followed the trail until it curved toward the hollow, and the temperature dropped suddenly. That's when I saw it, the small lantern again burning low, and beside it, on the ground, were more shoes. Dozens of them, different sizes, all lined neatly, heel to toe, forming a half circle. Most were worn out, cracked leather or canvas. A few were modern hiking shoes. One pair I recognized, the blue boots Jordan had been wearing. The lantern's light flickered, and the boy stepped out of the fog. He looked the same as before, though now his clothes were darker, as if soaked through. The skin around his ankles was raw, torn, but he didn't seem to feel pain. His eyes fixed on me. "Why are you here again?" he asked. "I need to understand," I said. "Who you are? What happened here?" He tilted his head like he was trying to remember. "I was walking home. The ranger said he would help." My pulse. "Thomas Vale?" The boy blinked slowly, the name hanging in the air like it meant something. He said to wait, but it got cold. I stepped closer, careful, scanning for anything tangible, any sign that this was just light and fog and imagination. "How long have you been waiting?" The boy's expression didn't change. "I don't know." He raised a hand and pointed at me. "You wear his name." For a second, I thought he meant the badge. But then I remembered the ledger, the matching last names. My breath caught. "Were you with him when he disappeared?" His gaze sharpened. He said the forest keeps what's lost. It keeps the cold. And then he took another step forward, bare feet silent against the dirt. I could see his breath fogging the air now, faint but real. My light flickered and died. Something cold brushed my wrist. I felt fingers, small ones, close around my hand. The skin was dry, papery. "Let it go," he whispered. "You don't belong here." I yanked my hand back, stumbling. The flashlight sputtered to life again, and he was gone. Only the circle of shoes remained. In the dirt where he'd stood lay my badge again. The same tarnish, the same number. But this time, the metal was warm. I picked it up, and beneath it, faint in the soil, was writing, traced in small lines like it had been done with a finger. "Hayes still here." I turned in every direction, but the woods were silent. The trees loomed tall and endless, shadows sliding between them like slow waves. By the time I reached the trailhead, dawn had started to break, pale and washed out. My truck's windshield was fogged from the inside, though the doors had been locked. Someone had written something there too, with a fingertip on the glass. "Bring him back." I didn't go back to Raven's Hollow after that morning. I couldn't, but I started dreaming about it. Always the same sequence. Me standing in that circle of shoes, the boy across from me, whispering words I could never quite hear. Sometimes, just before waking, I feel small hands grip my arm again. The same cold touch. And when I wake up, my badge isn't where I left it. I used to believe the forest was neutral, indifferent, even, that it only reflected what people brought into it. Fear, wonder, arrogance, hope. Whatever energy you carried, it would give back in kind. That belief kept me steady through years of rescues, and body recoveries, and long nights in ranger stations, where the silence pressed against the walls. But since the boy, I've begun to suspect something darker. Not that the forest creates what you fear, but that it remembers it and returns it when it decides you're ready. Weeks passed. Jordan Shaw's case turned cold. His family came once to leave flowers by the gate, and I avoided being there that day. I couldn't bear their eyes, their hope thinning into resignation. My supervisor suggested taking time off. I pretended to agree. Instead, I stayed on patrol, but only during daylight. Daryl kept giving me that look. Half pity, half warning. "You keep poking at this thing," he said one morning. "It's gonna poke back." I wanted to argue, but deep down I knew it already had. The dreams didn't stop. The same dirt circle, the same lantern glow. Only now, sometimes there were two shadows beside me instead of one. A man's silhouette, tall, broad-shouldered, standing just behind the boy. The air around them shimmered with cold. When I'd wake, the first rays of dawn would always catch something metallic on my nightstand. The badge. Always the same one, always returned after disappearing. I thought I was losing sense of what was real, so I started checking the logs. Every recorded disappearance, every old ranger name. I spent nights in the archive room, the smell of dust and old paper filling my head, and then I found it. The original field notes from 1949, written in fading pencil on yellowed sheets. Incident report, officer Ranger Thomas Vale responding to multiple sightings of a child along Ravens Hollow Trail. Approximate age 8-10. No shoes. Pale complexion. Tracks lead beyond mapped area. Found personal items: leather shoes, child size, and torn jacket. Following deeper section for identification. Last line smudged but partially legible. He says he knows my name. That was the last entry before his disappearance. No recovery. No trace. The report was closed with the note presumed lost due to exposure. But there was no body, no gear found. Only those shoes. When I read that final line, my hands shook so hard the page nearly tore. He says he knows my name. I remembered the boy's voice on the radio. "You carry it." That night, I sat alone in the station, lights low, the badge in front of me on the desk. My reflection looked warped in the tarnished metal, stretched and uneven. Somewhere deep in the building, a door clicked shut. No one else was on shift. The radio came alive with static. I didn't touch it. The hiss grew softer, rhythmic, like breathing. Then a voice, not the boy's this time. Older, heavier. "Kendra." I froze. It said my name again, drawn out like it was being remembered. Tested. "This is Ranger Vale," I said finally, trying to steady my tone. "Identify yourself. You shouldn't have come back here." "Who is this?" The line cracked, filled with a deep, distant echo, wind across open space. Then, as cold, "You have to bring him home." And the radio went dead. I sat there a long time, staring at the badge. The office clock ticked loud enough to fill the room. At some point, the temperature dropped, and my breath fogged. By morning, I'd made my decision. I packed supplies, grabbed my flashlight, and left before anyone else arrived. If I didn't end it, it would keep circling back. To me, to anyone who followed. Fog clung to the trees even in daylight. The trail felt different, too. The signs looked older, the wood darker. At the 2nd-mile marker, I stopped. That familiar hum of silence again, like the world was waiting. I took the badge from my pocket. It was colder than the air. "Thomas Vale," I said aloud. "If you can hear me, I'm here to bring you back." The forest answered with the faintest whisper of wind, then stillness. I kept walking. The path wound deeper, until the trees grew close enough to blot out the sky. There was no sense of direction anymore, only the soft crunch of frost under my boots. Eventually, I came to a clearing. The same circle of shoes was there, fewer this time, like they'd been claimed. The lantern stood in the center, burning faintly though no one was near it. and the boy stood beside it. He looked smaller now, frailer. His hair hung wet, his skin pale enough to show veins. When he saw me, something like relief crossed his face. "You came back," he said. "I think you've been waiting too long," I said carefully. "You don't have to stay." He shook his head. "Never left." "Thomas." The boy pointed behind me. When I turned, there was someone standing at the edge of the clearing. A man in an old ranger uniform, soaked and dark with dirt. His hat shadowed most of his face, but his outline, it matched the photo from the 1940s I'd found in the archives. The resemblance was uncanny, or maybe inevitable. "Thomas Vale," I whispered. He stepped forward, boots soundless, the same insignia pinned crooked on his chest. His voice was calm, steady. "You shouldn't wear the name if you don't understand it." "What does that mean?" He looked past me to the boy. "He got lost. I tried to lead him out. The fog came too fast." His voice cracked, just slightly. "I told him to wait. I went back for help. But the forest doesn't let go of what's waiting." The boy watched him quietly, eyes hollow with something that wasn't quite anger, wasn't quite forgiveness. "I found your badge," I said. "You, both of you, keep leaving it." "It's not mine anymore," Thomas said. "It belongs to whoever carries the debt." A tremor ran through the ground, faint but real. The lantern's flame pulsed brighter. The air thickened with mist until I could barely see them. "Then how do I stop this?" I asked. Neither answered right away. Then the boy spoke softly. "Give it back." To the cold. The light went out. For a moment, everything vanished. Sound, warmth, even gravity. I couldn't tell if my eyes were open. Then I felt something around my wrist again, small and cold, guiding me forward through unseen space. When the world returned, I was standing knee deep in a shallow stream. The fog had cleared, dawn bleeding through the trees. The badge was gone. My pack was half submerged, my flashlight cracked. The circle of shoes was nowhere to be found. I stumbled back toward the trailhead, disoriented. It took me nearly 2 hours to find it, though the walk should have taken 20 minutes. My radio was dead, but when I reached the truck, it came alive with faint static. The kind you get when someone's trying to tune in. "Ranger Vale," came a voice, a woman's. "Dispatch. We've been trying to reach you. You're overdue by..." She paused. "Are you all right?" I looked at the clock on the dash. It was still ticking, but the date display was wrong. 2 days ahead. "I'm fine," I said. "Just lost signal." They sent a team out anyway. Found me sitting on the hood of my truck, soaked and shaking. When I told them I'd gotten turned around in fog, they accepted it easily enough. That's the thing about wilderness stories. They don't need to make sense to be believable. I went on leave after that. Officially, it was recovery time. Unofficially, it was to make sure I wouldn't talk. Daryl visited once, left a thermos of coffee and a folded note. Inside, in his careful handwriting, it said, "Don't go back to Raven's Hollow. Some trails end where they want to." I never told him what I saw. That the boy and Thomas Vale weren't just lost, they were tethered to each other. Bound by that moment, neither finished. One never stopped waiting, and the other never stopped trying to return. And me. I was the one who carried the name. The one who stepped into their loop. Sometimes, near dusk, I still drive past the park gate. The air always looks different there. Thicker somehow. Once, I swore I saw 2 shapes by the sign, just far enough that the details blurred. One tall, one small, both barefoot. Last week I got a package at my cabin. No sender listed. Inside was a ranger badge, my badge. Only now the number had changed. Fen 4827. The sequence after Thomas Vales. There was a note folded underneath it, written in faded pencil. Keep it safe. He still walks. I haven't worn it. It sits on my desk, face down. But sometimes late at night, I hear tapping on the porch again. 2 taps, pause, 2 more. And in the morning there are footprints by the steps. Always small, always barefoot. The last time it happened, I found something else beside the prints. A child's shoe. Left alone, upright, pointing toward the forest. I took it to the station to lock away. But when I opened the evidence drawer, the space was already filled. Dozens of small shoes, neatly arranged, heel to toe. And right in the center, glinting faintly in the dim light, sat another badge. Fe 4826. Still cold to the touch. My name is Bo Slater. I have served as a park ranger with the National Park Service for 12 years. Most of that time in the Western Range District. High country, rough terrain, the kind of place that tests your patience and your radio batteries. I have worked through fires, floods, and search operations that still keep me awake on certain nights. But none of those nights compare to my final shift at Firewatch Tower 19. The tower stood at the far edge of the park, 2 hours by dirt road from the main station, perched above a dense valley that looked like it was constantly swallowing fog. It was built back in the 1950s. One of those rickety, narrow structures that creak like a ship at sea whenever the wind hits it right. The only way up was a steep set of metal stairs that climbed 5 stories to a small glass cab, barely large enough for 2 people to move around without bumping into each other. That evening, I was supposed to work the overnight rotation with Ranger Pete Lang. Pete was older than me by a decade, an easygoing guy with a taste for black coffee and bad jokes. We'd shared tower shifts before. Hours of silence broken by the occasional radio call or far-off flash of lightning. When the schedule came out that week, I remember thinking how fitting it was that Pete and I would close the season together. It was late October, the last watch before the tower would be locked for the winter. The drive up was quiet. I remember the forest looking almost skeletal. The trees stripped down to bones. Leaves skittered across the road like paper ghosts, and when I reached the base of the hill, the sun was dipping low behind the ridgeline. The tower's silhouette cut across the orange light. Thin, lonely, like a matchstick poking the sky. I radioed the main station, Unit 3, Delta to base. Arriving Tower 19 for overnight watch. There was a faint crackle before the reply came. Copy that, Bo. Pete's already on site. See you boys in the morning. I parked my truck near the base and grabbed my gear. Thermos, flashlight, radio pack, logbook. The metal stairs groaned under each step as I climbed. The wind picked up the higher I went. The kind that doesn't just blow but hums through the trees. When I reached the top, I found the hatch door slightly ajar, swaying back and forth. Pete, I called. No answer. Inside, the glass cabin was dim. The small generator hummed softly, powering the single overhead bulb and the radio set in the corner. One chair was pulled up to the observation desk, the other shoved aside. A half-empty mug sat near the map spread across the table, steam long gone cold. I saw Pete's jacket hanging on the hook, his ranger hat resting beside it. Everything about it looked like he'd stepped out just for a minute. I walked a slow circle around the room. The windows reflected the last bit of dusk, my face stretched thin by the glass. Outside, the horizon was bleeding out into night. I keyed my mic. "Base, this is Slater. I've arrived at Tower 19, but I don't see Lang. Can you confirm his last check-in?" There was a pause, followed by static. "Say again, Slater." "Pete's not there." "Negative. His gear's here, but he's not." "Copy that. He logged arrival at 1600 hours. No further transmissions. Maybe he's checking the perimeter." "Could be," I said, though my stomach didn't buy it. I waited an hour, no sign of him. I made 2 circuits around the tower, even called out into the trees below. The forest answered with nothing but the sound of wind dragging across the pines. When I came back up, the generator light flickered once, then steadied. I sat down at the desk, logged the situation, and settled into my watch. By 9 p.m., the forest below was black glass. The radio hissed with the occasional burst of static. I scanned the horizon with binoculars, sweeping across ridges and valleys for any sign of campfire smoke or lightning strikes. Nothing. It was the kind of silence that pressed on your ears until you started hearing things that weren't there. At some point, I glanced at the small Polaroid camera sitting by the window, standard issue for documenting sightings or conditions. I picked it up and took a photo of the valley, just to mark the start of my shift. The flash went off, blinding for a second. The photo slid out, whirring softly. I set it aside to develop. It was around 10:15 when I first heard a low thump from below, like a door closing against the wind. I froze. The hatch was shut tight. I turned off the radio static and listened. Another thump, closer this time metallic, then silence. "Petey," I called down through the hatch. The echo went nowhere. I grabbed my flashlight and started down the stairs, the beam cutting through the dark. The steps vibrated faintly under me, though the wind had died down. I paused halfway down, listening. There, soft scraping, metal against metal. It was coming from underneath the tower. I shined my light down through the grid platform. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a figure stepping behind one of the support beams. I called out again, louder this time. No reply. I went down 2 more flights, flashlight trembling in my grip. The cold bit through my jacket. When I reached the last platform before the ground, I stopped. The noise was gone. The forest stretched in all directions, dark and motionless. My breath fogged in the beam of light. I scanned the base. No one there. Just the old concrete foundation, damp leaves, the creak of metal in the cold air. I started back up. The stairs clanged under each bootstep. Halfway up, I looked out across the valley and froze. There was a faint glow deep in the trees, about 200 yards out. It wasn't firelight. It was pale, like moonlight where there shouldn't be any. I raised my binoculars. The light pulsed once, dimmed, then flared again. For a second, I thought I saw a figure standing in it. Then it was gone. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the hatch and checked the developing photo on the desk. My heart stuttered. In the reflection of the glass window behind me, someone was standing. A tall shape, shoulders slightly hunched, head turned toward the camera. I dropped the photo. It fluttered to the floor. There was no one else in the room. The next few hours passed in a haze. I kept the lights low, too aware of the glass surrounding me. Every window was a mirror, every reflection a chance for something to look back. I told myself I was overtired, jumpy from caffeine and silence. But then I noticed something else. The reflection in the north window didn't match what was outside. The trees beyond were still, but in the glass they swayed. I moved closer, squinting. My reflection stood there, pale and anxious, and behind it, again, that same tall figure. Closer this time, the shape of a person, but blurred as if caught mid-step. The wind picked up suddenly, shaking the frame. I stumbled back. The radio crackled alive. A burst of static followed by a faint voice. Bo. It was soft, drawn out like a breath through the wire. My blood went cold. Bass. Pete. I pressed the mic. Say again. No answer. Just that sound, half whisper, half wind. I turned off the radio. Sat still for a long while, listening to my pulse hammer in my ears. At midnight, the temperature dropped fast. Frost spread along the corners of the glass. I caught my reflection again. Except this time, I wasn't alone. The figure behind me was no longer blurred. It was clear. It looked like Pete. His ranger uniform, his posture, even the same frayed patch on his sleeve. Only his face, something was wrong there. It was turned toward me, mouth slightly open, eyes empty. I spun around. The cabin was empty. When I looked back, the reflection was gone. I wanted to radio for evacuation, but the signal had died completely. The battery light on the generator started blinking red. I told myself it was interference, old wiring, exhaustion, anything but what it seemed. The last thing I remember before everything went black was checking the time, 12:47 a.m., and taking another Polaroid, out of some strange compulsion, like proof. The flash burst against the glass, lighting up the cabin for a single instant. In that white light, I saw something standing right outside the window. It was watching me. Then the light died, and I was alone. When I woke, the cabin was dark except for the weak orange flicker of the emergency light. The clock on the wall had stopped at 20:13 a.m. My thermos lay on its side, coffee pooling across the desk. For a moment, I couldn't tell if I'd fallen asleep or blacked out. My head throbbed, and my throat was dry as bone. I stood, unsteady, and checked the door latch. Still locked. The hatch hadn't moved. Outside, the wind was gone. Everything was utterly still. That kind of silence doesn't happen in the forest. Even at night, you should hear something. Crickets, branches shifting, distant owls. But this was total. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I turned on my flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, catching flecks of frost on the glass. I noticed my breath clouding in front of me, though I hadn't seen frost that heavy in years. Not this early in the season. I rubbed my arm against the window and peered outside. The forest below was frozen in moonlight. Every branch silver, every shadow sharp. Then, near the tree line, something moved. It wasn't an animal. Too still. The beam of my flashlight shook as I raised it. I could just make out a shape standing between the trees. A person, maybe, or the idea of one. Shoulders slumped, head tilted upward, as if looking straight at me. I blinked, and it was gone. The wind started again, slow and low, like a sigh through the trees. I forced myself to move. Took the logbook from the desk and wrote down what I saw, because writing makes things real in a way that fear can't twist. I checked the Polaroids. The one from midnight, the last one I remembered taking, was half developed now. My stomach dropped. In the picture, the cabin glowed with the camera flash. I stood in front of the glass, eyes wide, the light bouncing off my face. And behind me, clear as day, was Pete Lang. He was smiling. Not the way Pete used to smile, though. His mouth was stretched too wide, as if the motion hurt. His eyes looked hollow, like there was something inside them, pressing out. I set the photo face down. My first thought was to call for backup, but the radio was still dead. The generator clicked twice, then cut out completely. The heater went silent. The only sound left was the soft, endless creak of the tower's frame. I grabbed my jacket and flashlight, thinking maybe, stupidly, that I'd go down and check for Pete myself. Maybe he'd fallen. Maybe the cold had gotten to him. I told myself anything to keep from believing what I'd seen. When I unlatched the hatch and stepped onto the stairs, the metal was slick with frost. The air hit me like ice water. Halfway down, I noticed something strange. The ground below wasn't dark anymore. A faint glow spread across the base of the tower, pale and uneven, as though the earth itself was giving off light. My pulse went wild. I aimed the flashlight, and my throat closed. Dozens of Polaroid photos were scattered across the ground below. Hundreds, maybe. They caught the light like fish scales fluttering in the breeze. I could see faces in them, though the details blurred. Some were of me. Others of people I didn't recognize. All of them taken from inside the tower. I stumbled back up the steps, slamming the hatch shut. My hands shook so hard I could barely twist the lock. That's when the tapping started. 3 soft knocks on the glass. I turned slowly. The north window, the same one where I'd seen the reflection earlier, now showed a hand pressed against the glass. The skin was pale, veins dark against the frost. The fingers were long, too long, bending slightly as if testing the surface. I couldn't see a face, just that hand, moving in slow circles on the glass, leaving smears that froze almost instantly. Then another hand appeared beside it, and then another. Soon there were dozens. Hands pressing from every direction, pale and silent, their movements synchronized like the tide. Each one left faint impressions in the frost, ghostly outlines that didn't fade. I backed into the corner, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. "Pete!" I shouted. "If this is you, stop." The tapping paused. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then the hand slid downward, disappearing from view. The silence that followed was somehow worse. The tower swayed. The radio hissed back to life for a second, spitting static and a burst of garbled words. I caught one phrase through the noise. My name. "Bo, come down." It was Pete's voice. I hesitated. My hand hovered over the hatch handle. The part of me trained to follow protocol screamed to respond, to locate my missing partner. But something deeper, the animal part, knew better. The voice had been wrong. The tone was off, flat and echoing, as if spoken inside a hollow space. Still, I couldn't ignore it. I opened the hatch. The cold hit like a fist. I descended 1 level, flashlight scanning the dark.
Pete, if that's you, answer me!
No reply. Just the faint creak of metal, the whisper of air between beams. Then footsteps. Soft, deliberate, coming from below. Each step echoed up the tower, too slow, too measured. I leaned over the railing, shining the light downward. The beam caught a figure halfway up the stairs. It looked like Pete. Same build, same ranger coat. His head was lowered, face hidden beneath the brim of his hat. He was climbing, one hand gripping the rail, movements stiff and unnatural. "Pete," I called again, voice cracking. He stopped, slowly raised his head. What I saw wasn't Pete. The face that looked up at me was wrong. Skin too pale, stretched over bone, eyes black and wide like deep water. His mouth hung open slightly, but no breath came out. He smiled. And then he spoke, but the words weren't sound. They hit my mind like an echo, cold and familiar. You took the photo. I scrambled back into the cabin, slamming the hatch. My pulse was pounding so hard, I thought the floor itself was shaking. I dragged the desk over the hatch, even though I knew it wouldn't hold. Below, the footsteps continued. Slow. Patient. I tried to focus. Tried to think of what to do next. There was an old service line radio in the emergency kit. One that didn't rely on the main generator. I tore through drawers until I found it, plugged the handset into the auxiliary jack, and keyed the mic. "This is Ranger Slater at Tower 19. I said, voice trembling. "Request immediate assistance. Possible intruder. One officer missing. Static. Then a faint voice, a copy that Tower 19. Stand by." Relief washed through me. I almost laughed. Then the voice continued. "Pete's with you, right?" The line went dead. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting. The tower moaned in the wind. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught movement in the glass. In the reflection, there were two of me. The second stood just behind my shoulder, face turned slightly, expression neutral. I turned fast. No one there. When I looked back, the reflection was still doubled. And then, in slow motion, the second reflection lifted its hand and pressed it against the inside of the glass. Only I hadn't moved. The frost under its palm cracked outward like spiderwebs. A soft whisper filled the cabin. Not sound exactly. More like pressure in my skull. I could almost make out words. "Stay." I stumbled backward, bumping into the desk. The Polaroids scattered. One fluttered to my boot. Another image of me. This time, the figure behind me wasn't Pete. It was me. Same stance, same uniform, same expression. But my reflection's eyes were open wider, almost glowing. The wind howled suddenly, shaking the whole structure. The bulb overhead popped, plunging the cabin into darkness. I grabbed the flashlight and swung it around wildly. The beam caught movement by the window. Something tall. Shifting. The glass flexed inward as if something pressed against it from the outside. Then came the sound of metal bending. The stairs groaned under a new weight. I ran to the corner and crouched low, every muscle locked. The footsteps were heavier now. Metallic thuds on the steps, closer, until they stopped just below the hatch. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, from the floor at my feet, came a faint scratching. I aimed the light down. The metal hatch was bowing upward, something pushing from beneath. The bolts creaked. A pale fingertip slid through the seam. I screamed, shoved the desk harder over it, and kicked the generator housing until it roared back to life. The light snapped on, washing the cabin in harsh yellow. The pressure stopped. The fingertip vanished. The radio came alive again. "Tower 19, this is base. We're reading your signal again. Are you secure?" I almost cried. "Copy, base I. There's something here I need, static." Then a voice I didn't recognize whispered, too close to the mic, "Don't leave." And the line went dead again. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat by the window, flashlight aimed at the hatch, watching the horizon until dawn finally touched with treetops. The forest was empty. The ground below was clean. All the Polaroids were gone. When the relief crew arrived at 7 a.m., I was still sitting there shaking. They asked where Pete was. I couldn't answer. Later, when they developed the film from the tower's surveillance camera, they found dozens of images, shots from inside the cabin, all taken during the night. Every single one showed me sitting alone, except for one. In that final frame, timestamped 2:13 a.m., A man stood behind me, smiling in the reflection of the glass. He was wearing my uniform. I didn't resign right away. I told myself I'd take a few weeks off, clear my head, then come back for the winter prep rotation. The park always needed hands when the snow started, and I'd spent too many years out here to let one bad night undo me. That's what I told myself. But the truth is, I was already half gone when they pulled me from Tower 19. Something inside me had stayed there, staring out through the glass. After the incident, protocol meant an internal report. They called it a near miss, though nobody could define what that meant when one ranger was missing and the other couldn't account for 12 hours of footage. I sat in a gray office in the regional station, the kind that smells like dust and old coffee, answering the same questions over and over. What time did you last see Ranger Lang? Did he appear injured? Did you experience any disorientation, dizziness, lightheadedness, hallucination? I told them the facts. Pete was there when I arrived, then he wasn't. The generator failed. The radio cut out. I saw a person outside the tower who looked like him. And then things that didn't fit in reports. They wrote everything down. They didn't write that I still heard footsteps at night. When the photos came back from forensics, one of the investigators, a woman named Ruse, brought a stack to me personally. Her face looked pale, her hands shaking slightly as she passed them across the table. "These are from the tower's interior camera," she said. "You should probably see them before the higher-ups do." There were maybe 50 prints. Most showed me sitting by the window, flashlight in hand, staring into the dark. Nothing strange, except that every few frames, the reflection in the glass shifted. Sometimes the reflection's mouth was open when mine wasn't. Sometimes it faced the wrong direction. And in the last one, time-stamped 4:07 a.m., the reflection was gone entirely. It was just me sitting there alone, with an empty glass pane behind me. The next week, search teams combed the ridge around Tower 19. They found no trace of Pete. No prints, no jacket. Nothing. The only thing they did find was one Polaroid photo half, buried in frost at the base of the tower. It showed the cabin from the outside, taken at night. The windows glowed softly. In the reflection, two figures stood side by side. They sealed the tower after that. Standard procedure. Unstable structure, possible contamination from generator leak. Whatever excuse they could write that didn't involve what we all knew. That was 3 months ago. I told myself I'd move on. Took a desk post for a while, helped with permit paperwork, trail maps, tourist calls. I smiled when people said they admired Rangers for our calm, our courage. I didn't tell them that calm is just another word for pretending you didn't see something that's still watching you. Then, last week, I got a letter from a name I didn't recognize. Handwritten, no return address. Inside was a single photo. It was me, standing in the tower at night, flashlight raised. And behind me, that same tall figure, its hand on my shoulder. No caption. No note. Just a date scribbled on the back. The date of my final shift. I brought it to the regional office, asked Ruiz to verify it. She frowned, said she'd never seen this one before. The records should have been sealed. No Polaroids were supposed to leave the evidence archive. That night, I dreamed of glass. Not breaking, just bending, as if the air itself had turned solid and was pressing inward. In the dream, I stood inside the tower again. The reflection in the window smiled back, and I understood, somehow, that it wasn't smiling at me. It was smiling for me. I woke up before dawn and drove back out toward the park. I told myself I just wanted closure. To stand at the base of the tower one last time, see it in daylight, remind myself it was just wood and metal. The gate was locked, but rangers keep keys for everything. I parked by the old service road and hiked in, boots crunching through frozen soil. The fog rolled low through the valley, the same as that night. When I reached the clearing, I stopped cold. Tower 19 was gone. Not collapsed, gone. The foundation was still there, 4 concrete pads where the legs should have stood, but the structure itself had vanished. Not dismantled. No debris, no tools, no tire tracks. Just bare ground, frost covered and smooth. I walked to the center, kneeling where the ladder should have begun. The earth was soft, like something had been dragged away, leaving faint parallel lines in the dirt. I was about to radio it in when my boot brushed something half buried under the soil. I knelt again, brushed it off. A Polaroid. I turned it over. My stomach twisted. It showed the clearing as it looked right now. Empty, gray sky overhead, ground bare. But in the lower corner of the frame, a faint reflection appeared in what should have been the tower's glass. A man's face. Mine. I dropped it and stumbled back. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I wanted to leave to run, but every direction looked the same. The trees pressed in, branches leaning like they were listening. Then I heard a sound behind me. A single metallic creak. The kind a tower makes when it sways in the wind. But there was nothing there. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on the empty air where the tower should have stood. For a second, just a second, I saw a shimmer. A faint outline rising into the sky. Transparent but unmistakable. The silhouette of Firewatch Tower 19, drawn in light and frost. And standing in the glass room at the top were 2 shapes, both looking down at me. The shimmer faded. The sound stopped. The forest went still again. I don't remember getting back to the truck. Just the crunch of gravel under the tires as I drove, until the park gate disappeared in the mirror. That night, Ruiz called me. Her voice was shaking. "Bo, you need to see this," she said. We reopened the photo archives for review. "There's something you should know." She sent a file. A scan of the original log sheet from Tower 19, the night of the incident. 2 signatures, mine and Pete's. Standard start of shift form, except someone had added a 3rd line underneath, written in faded ink. Watcher present. No one could explain it. The handwriting didn't match mine or Pete's. The ink had bled into the paper like it had been there for decades. That should have been the end of it. But yesterday morning, I came into the office early, trying to get through reports before the weekend. My mug was sitting on my desk, the one I'd used that night. Same chipped handle, same scratch along the side. I hadn't seen it since the tower. Inside was a single Polaroid, the same image as before, but this time the glass reflection was empty. No figure, no me, just the cabin, clean and bright, waiting. I don't sleep much anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I feel the floor shift under me, hear the wind drag its fingers through glass. I keep thinking about that reflection, how it moved when I didn't, how it pressed its hand against the window like it was trapped on the other side of a mirror. What if it wasn't trapped at all? What if I was? Sometimes, when the world gets too quiet, I still hear the radio click alive, just a faint burst of static. And through it, a whisper. "Bo, your shift isn't over." I haven't told anyone that the Polaroid changes each time I look at it. Sometimes it's just the empty tower. Sometimes there's someone in the glass again, standing with their back to me, waiting. Last night, it wasn't Pete. It was me. And this morning, when I came to my desk, there was a note under the photo, printed on Ranger letterhead, neat and official. Assignment Tower 19. Night Watch. Report at dusk. The signature line was blank. But when I looked closer, I realized it wasn't blank at all. My name was there, written faintly, in handwriting that looked like mine but wasn't. Outside the window, I swear I can see the reflection of a tower against the trees, faint and wavering, just waiting for me to climb. If anyone finds this record, don't come looking for me. Don't look for Tower 19. Some things don't burn out. They wait for someone to relieve them. And I think my replacement just arrived. My name is Mel Rhodes, and I've been a park ranger for 8 years with the U.S. National Park Service. I was stationed for most of that time in northern Colorado, Roosevelt National Forest, before being reassigned last fall to a quieter stretch of land in Wyoming. They called it a low incident zone, a place where rangers mainly did maintenance, checks, and helped tourists who took a wrong turn. The area was peaceful, they said, predictable. After what I'd seen in Colorado, an avalanche that took 2 hikers and a lightning strike that nearly took me, I was ready for predictable. But this park was neither quiet nor predictable. Not really. When I transferred to the district, the first thing my new supervisor, Ranger Dillard, told me was that the maps were outdated. Some trails had eroded, others had been renamed or permanently closed. If you see any hikers going off into unmarked territory, redirect them, he said, leaning back in his chair. Especially around Sector D. Some of the old CCC trails were decommissioned decades ago. They're unstable. I nodded. It was a normal enough warning. But then he added something that made me pause. And if anyone mentions Trail 44, he said, log it. Don't engage, don't search, and don't mark it down on the map. I frowned. Trail 44. He waved it off. Just something locals like to bring up. Probably a rumor. Doesn't exist. At the time, I thought it was just ranger superstition. Every station has its own local myths. The kind told over black coffee at midnight shifts. Don't whistle near the cliffs. Never camp at Oldman's Pond. If the fog comes from the south, head north. All nonsense. Mostly ways to spook new hires. But the next few weeks changed that. I first heard about Trail 44 from a pair of college hikers. It was early October. Crisp air, thinning daylight, elk boogling through the timberline. They came into the ranger station around dusk, clothes dirty and eyes wide like they'd been running. Hey. One of them gasped, clutching his backpack strap. Wait. Need to report something weird. There's a trail not on the map. Like a narrow one near the ridge past Laurel Loop. It had a sign, Trail 44. I looked up from my incident log. Trail what? 44, he repeated. What followed it a while, but it started feeling wrong. No birds, no sound. We turned back, but he hesitated, glancing at his friend. It didn't take us back where we started. Ended up near a creek we'd never seen. I asked for their coordinates, but their phones had no record of the detour. No GPS trace. They showed me the photos they'd taken. Ordinary pines, mossy ground. But in one of them, there was a faint wooden post behind them, carved with 44. I tried searching the area the next morning. Nothing. No marker, no trailhead, Not even a break in the undergrowth where a footpath might have been. The forest there was dense and untouched. When I reported it to Dillard, he gave a low grunt. Yeah. Happens every few months. Some hiker says they found it, then can't prove it later. Just log it, under misidentified trail marker. But what if there's something there? I pressed. Then it's not our problem, he said firmly. We don't maintain what doesn't exist. That phrase stuck with me. We don't maintain what doesn't exist. Over the next month, more reports came in. Not often, but enough to build a pattern. Always in the same general area, Sector D, near the old fire road that ended in a rock slide decades ago. Always the same claim, Trail 44. Always vanishing by the time a ranger went to check. Then in mid-November, a hunter named Mark Beeson came into the station, carrying an old Polaroid camera. He looked pale, shaking slightly even after 2 cups of coffee. Saw it myself, he said. Sign nailed to a birch tree. Thought it was some back route or survey line. Figured I'd take a picture, just to report it. But when I got home and developed the photo, well, you can see for yourself. He slid the photo across the desk. At first, I thought it was just bad lighting. The image showed a forest clearing, half lit by the sun, with a crook post in the center marked 44. But standing beside it, blurred, faint, like motion caught mid-frame, was a person. The problem was, Mark swore he'd been alone. Could have been a shadow, Dillard muttered when I showed him. Or a double exposure. But I'd handled enough trail cams to know the difference. The figure in the photo wasn't distorted by light. It was just wrong. The edges didn't align with the trees behind it, like the forest bent slightly around the shape. I didn't sleep much after that. One evening in late November, I volunteered for the night patrol up in Sector D. The radio reception was patchy that far north, but I figured a few hours of quiet would help me clear my head. I parked the truck near the old fire road, grabbed my flashlight, and set off. The woods were still. Too still. No crickets, no owls, not even wind. My boots crunched on frozen leaves, and each sound echoed too long, like the forest walls were closing in. After about an hour, I found something strange. 2 trees forming an archway, their trunks warped together, and nailed between them was a wooden plank. Weathered? Cracked, but legible. 44. I froze. My first instinct was to radio in, but my hand hovered over the device. Dillard would only tell me to leave it alone. And I couldn't, not after a month of hearing stories, seeing that photo. I had to know. So I crossed the threshold. Immediately, the air changed. The temperature dropped a few degrees, and my breath came out in visible clouds. The soil beneath my boots was soft damp, as if I'd stepped into a different ecosystem. The trees grew tighter together, branches thick with moss, and the smell, metallic, sharp, like rain on iron, hung heavy. I kept walking, marking each tree with a bit of survey tape. The trail sloped downward, twisting deeper into a ravine that shouldn't have existed according to any map. My flashlight beam caught faint scratches on the trunks. Tallies, maybe. Human height. Some fresh, some old. After about 15 minutes, the path opened into a clearing. In the center stood a single tree, thick, split at the base, with something nailed to its trunk. My heart hammered. I stepped closer. It was a mirror. An old one, rectangular and cracked, nailed right at eye level. The frame was wooden. The edges weathered like it had been here for years. My flashlight beam bounced off it, and for a moment, I just stared at my own reflection. Pale face, ranger uniform, badge catching the light. Then my reflection blinked. But I didn't. The motion was slight, almost imperceptible, but I saw it. My reflection's eyelids moved a half second before mine did. I took a step back, and so did it, but not quite at the same rhythm. It lagged. I raised my right hand. It raised its left. Not a mirror image, an imitation. Something in my chest went cold. I reached forward, fingers trembling, and touched the glass. It was warm. The reflection smiled. I didn't. I stumbled backward, my boot catching a root. My flashlight flickered, and in that instant of darkness, I heard something behind me. A breath. Slow, deliberate. I whipped around. Nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, the reflection had its head tilted, studying me like I was the one on display. That's when the wind picked up. Only, it wasn't wind. The trees weren't moving. The sound came from the mirror. A faint whispering hiss, like dozens of overlapping voices under the glass. I couldn't make out words. Just tone, pleading, angry, desperate. I dropped the flashlight and bolted. Branches clawed at my jacket as I tore back up the path, following the tape markers. My boots slipped on the mud, lungs burning. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps matching mine. Close. Too close. But when I looked, the trees were empty. It took me nearly an hour to reach the fire road again. When I finally stumbled into the open, the sound of distant wind and the faint rumble of my truck engine felt almost holy. I slammed the door shut, locked it twice, and sat there shaking. When I looked in the rearview mirror, for half a second, my reflection didn't match. I filed a vague incident report the next day, left out the mirror, left out the reflection. Just logged it as unmarked hazard, area unstable. Dillard signed it without reading. But since that night, something's been wrong with reflections around here. In the window of the ranger station, sometimes I see movement after I've already turned away. In the chrome handle of the coffee machine, my hand lingers a beat too long. Trail 44 isn't on any map, but I think it's still waiting. The next few days were a blur of routine, patrols, paperwork, and restless nights. Every surface that caught my reflection felt wrong, like it remembered something I didn't. The mirror in the ranger station bathroom had a faint distortion running through the middle, as if it were breathing. I stopped shaving. I stopped looking at glass entirely if I could help it. Dillard noticed, of course. "You look rough, Rhodes," he said one morning, setting a mug of burnt coffee next to me. "You sick? Just tired. You've been doing too many night patrols. Take tomorrow off." "Ha." I nodded, though I had no intention of resting. Because 2 nights after I found that mirror, someone else reported Trail 44 again. This time, it was a park volunteer named Lorna. She was one of the old-timers, mid-60s, sharp as a tack, and never one to exaggerate. She'd been setting up signage near Laurel Loop when she saw something strange. "I swear it wasn't there before," she said, rubbing her hands together. A path cutting down toward the ravine, perfectly clear, and a wooden post, number 44, burned into it. I turned to get my camera, and when I looked back, gone. Just trees. Her account matched mine too closely to ignore. I knew I should have told her to log it and move on. But instead, I asked where exactly she'd seen it. The next morning, before dawn, I was there. The forest was coated in frost, the kind that crunches faintly under boots. Mist hung low between the trunks. I parked near the trailhead and started walking, following her coordinates. Every step felt rehearsed, like I'd done this before. Maybe because I had. My body knew the rhythm of the descent, even when the ground changed. Soil giving way to slick roots, pine giving way to birch. And then I saw it again, the archway. The same two warped trees, leaning together like a rib cage. The same faint number carved into the bark. I could have turned back. Should have. But I didn't. I stepped through. It was different this time. The air was heavy, charged like a storm about to break. My flashlight beam seemed to bend, scattering light unevenly. The trees looked older, blackened, swollen with rot, and the ground was littered with shards of glass. I crouched, picking one up. It wasn't from a bottle. It was mirror glass. Thin silvery on one side, dirt streaked on the other. When I tilted it toward my face, the reflection didn't show me. It showed forest, empty still, as if it were facing the other direction. I dropped it fast and kept walking. The trail wound deeper, downhill again, until I reached the clearing. The same split tree stood there, but this time the mirror was gone. In its place was a faint rectangle of pale bark where it had once hung. The nails were still embedded, rusted red. For a moment, I felt relief. Maybe it had been a hallucination. Maybe someone had taken it down. Then something crunched behind me. I turned fast, flashlight slicing through the dark. The beam caught movement, something slipping between the trees. A figure, human-shaped, pale at the edges. I called out, "Hello. This area's restricted. Identify yourself." No response. But it stepped forward into the light. It was me. Not exactly. The figure was my height, my build, wearing a ranger jacket like mine. But its skin looked damp, like it had been standing in fog for hours. Its eyes were too dark, the pupils swallowing everything. And it was smiling, wide, forced, as if trying to imitate expression.
Stop!
I said, stepping back. It mirrored the motion, lagging slightly. When I raised my hand, it raised its too, but the wrong one. Always inverted. Always imitating, not reflecting. I don't remember running, only the sound of my own breath and the thudding of footsteps behind me. Every few seconds, I glanced back and caught glimpses. Its arms swinging just out of sync, its head tilted like it was studying the act of being human. When I burst out of the archway, morning light hit my face. I spun around, nothing there. Just trees. But my own shadow stretched far too long, and for a moment there were two. I didn't tell Dillard. I didn't tell anyone. I just marked the coordinates and sealed the report under hazard, unstable terrain. But something followed me back. I know it. That night, I woke to tapping. A soft, deliberate rhythm against the window of my cabin. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps again. I thought maybe a branch was scraping the glass, but when I turned on the light, the tree outside was too far to reach. The tapping stopped. Then, from the mirror on my dresser, faint movement. I sat up slowly. The mirror was small, oval, hung above the drawers. In the dim light, my reflection looked half hidden. But there was something off about it. The mouth. It was smiling. I wasn't. I threw a towel over the mirror and sat awake until dawn. By the next day, I'd had enough. I told Dillard I was taking another patrol into Sector D to verify erosion reports. He raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. I packed a radio, compass, flare gun, and one thing extra, a small hammer. If I found that mirror again, I was breaking it. The air grew colder as I hiked in. The path twisted familiar again, the forest pulling me the way it had before. I passed the archway, the tallies on the trees, the strange metallic scent. And there it was, the clearing. The mirror had returned, nailed back to the split tree, whole again. No cracks this time, just smooth glass waiting in silence. I stood 10 feet away, hammer in hand. My pulse thundered. The reflection looked normal at first. Trees missed me. But then it blinked. I hadn't. Not this time, I muttered, stepping closer. The reflection didn't mirror me. It tilted its head, watching. My voice trembled as I said, "What do you want?" It smiled again, teeth just a little too sharp. Then it lifted its hand and placed it against the glass. The surface rippled, faintly, like water. Every instinct screamed at me to run. Instead, I swung the hammer. The glass shattered in a spray of light and sound, like air breaking. I stumbled back, covering my face. When I looked again, the shards on the ground were gone. Just gone. And the reflection, my reflection, was still standing there, full and intact, inside the shattered frame. It was smiling wider now, even as the cracks spiderwebbed across its face. Then it moved. Its hand pushed against the inside of the glass. The wood groaned, nails creaking. Another push, and the surface bulged outward like a bubble trying to burst. I didn't wait. I ran. Branches whipped my arms and face. The forest blurred into streaks of color. I didn't stop until I hit open road. My lungs felt torn. The radio on my belt hissed static. "Rhodes, you there?" It was Dillard's voice. "You're off route." "Where the hell are you?" "Coming back," I gasped. "Sector D." Don't send anyone." He tried to respond, but the signal broke. I shut the radio off. When I reached the truck, I caught my reflection in the driver's window. My face looked normal. For a second, I almost laughed. Then it blinked again. I turned the mirror up to face the roof and drove back in silence. That night, I nailed a sheet over every reflective surface in my cabin. Windows, bathroom mirror, even the metal kettle. The air felt a little lighter, like whatever it was couldn't see me now. But that didn't last. 3 days later, I walked into the station early, just before dawn. Dillard was already there, drinking coffee, going over reports. He looked up. "Hey, Rhodes, you were on Sector D again." I froze. "No." "Why?" He held up a stack of printed photos from one of the trail cams. They showed a ranger walking through the forest. The timestamps were from last night. "Must be you, right?" he said. I reached for the top photo. The figure was indeed wearing my uniform. Same badge number, same gait. But the timestamp read 20:17 a.m. I'd been in bed. The next photo showed the figure standing in front of the split tree. The mirror was visible again, whole, and in the reflection, the real me. I felt my stomach drop. Dillard didn't notice. He just flipped to the next photo, frowning. Weird glare. Huh. Almost looks like movement. I took the photos and stuffed them into my bag before he could look closer. "I'll handle the review," I said. "Might just be a light artifact." He shrugged. "Whatever you say." When I left, the sun was just breaking over the ridge, lighting the windows of the ranger station. For a second, every pane shimmered, catching the reflection of the trees behind me. In all of them, something moved. I didn't sleep the night after those photos. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that version of me standing in front of the tree, waiting. Sometimes I dreamed of glass, not shattering, but forming, sealing, smooth and infinite, until I couldn't tell which side I was on. By morning, my radio had started crackling on its own. Static, low whispers under the noise. At first I thought it was feedback, but then I heard it. My name. Clear as a spoken word. Mel. just once, like someone testing the line. I didn't tell Dillard. I couldn't. He'd seen the fatigue in my eyes, the twitch in my hand whenever I passed a reflective surface. I knew what came next. Mandatory leave, psychological evaluation, desk duty. I wasn't ready to be that ranger. So I went silent. For the next 2 days, I avoided the mirrors, kept the station windows covered, and limited radio contact. I convinced myself I was fine, but the glass wouldn't stop finding me. It started with my coffee thermos, the stainless steel one I carried on patrol. I caught sight of it one morning, my reflection moving just slightly out of sync, as if it were catching up. Then the water cooler, the polished edge of my truck door, the window of the supply shed, each one carrying the same faint delay. It was like reality had a second heartbeat, one half step behind mine. By the third day, I decided to destroy the evidence. I drove the far edge of the park to the maintenance shed and threw every reflective thing I owned into a crate. The thermos, my pocket knife, even my ranger badge, and buried it behind the firebreak road. But the next morning, my badge was back on my desk, polished. That's when I realized it wasn't about the mirrors anymore. It was about what was inside them. The reflection wasn't following me. It was trying to replace me. I found proof that same afternoon. Dillard called me into his office, said there'd been a complaint. You were seen out near the old fire road again, he said, frowning. Around midnight. Couple campers said you were just standing in the woods, no flashlight. I wasn't there, I told him. He studied my face for a long time. You sure about that? I opened my mouth but stopped. The truth felt too fragile to speak aloud. I just nodded. He sighed. Take the weekend off. Roads. Go to hot meal, maybe talk to someone. You've been looking at trees too long. I didn't argue. But I didn't go to town either. Instead, I went back to Sector D. I told myself it was to prove something. That I wasn't crazy. That there was a logical explanation. I packed light and headlamp, flare, compass, spare batteries. The sky was the color of cold metal. The kind of still gray that makes you forget what month it is. When I reached the archway, it was waiting for me. The bark still carved with 44. The forest beyond it darker than shadow. I stepped through. There was no sound. Not even my own footsteps. The world felt muffled, like the air was thicker here. I tried to check my watch. The face was fogged over. After a while, I saw light through the trees. Pale steady. The clearing, the mirror had grown. It wasn't nailed to the tree anymore. It was the tree. The entire trunk shimmered, silvered from base to crown, pulsing faintly like breath. My flashlight beam curved around it, refracted in strange, liquid ways, and within it, my reflection, dozens of them, all me, each slightly different. Some smiling, some weeping, some still. The longer I looked, the more I realized they weren't reflections at all. They were moving independently, pressing their palms against the inside of the glass, mouths opening soundlessly. Then one stepped forward. The others froze. The surface rippled, and it emerged. Not through, out of. The air broke like ice around its shoulders. When it stood upright, it didn't move like me anymore. Too smooth. Too careful. I stumbled backward. What are you? It tilted its head like it was searching for the right expression. Then it said, in my own voice, you're late. The words hit me like cold air. I'm not. I started, but it cut me off. You came back. They always do. My throat went dry. The thing smiled faintly. The ones who look. The ones who step through. You keep making us. It took another step forward, bare feet leaving no mark in the dirt. Behind it, the other reflections moved in unison, their faces twisting. Some pressed closer to the surface, mouths gaping wider, until their features blurred. "I'm not one of you," I said. "I'm real." Its grin widened. "That's what they all say." The forest seemed to pulse. The ground shimmered, faintly reflective now too, as though a thin layer of glass was forming underfoot. I could see shapes moving beneath it. Faces, faint outlines pressing up from below. I fired the flare. The burst of red light filled the clearing, cutting through the shadows. The reflection screamed, not in pain, but in distortion, like a sound played backward. The glass rippled wildly, and I turned and ran. I didn't stop running until I hit the archway again. But when I burst through, something was wrong. The forest beyond wasn't my forest. The trees were wrong, straighter, evenly spaced, too symmetrical. The sky was dull and featureless. I checked my compass. The needle spun uselessly. When I looked back, the archway was gone. Then I saw movement ahead. A ranger truck parked on a dirt road. Relief hit me so hard I almost cried. I sprinted toward it, waving. "Hey!" Over here. Someone stepped out. It was Dillard. Same uniform, same face. But when he looked at me, I realized his eyes were all wrong. Black and glossy, like mirror glass. "Mel," he said calmly, voice slightly delayed. "You've been gone a long time." I backed up. "Stay away from me." He smiled faintly. "You shouldn't have broken it." I turned and ran again, into the trees. The forest bent around me, sound folding in strange ways. Every direction looked the same. I could hear my own voice echoing ahead of me, calling for help, shouting my name. But it wasn't me shouting. Then silence. And suddenly I was standing back in front of the mirror. Only this time I was on the other side. The realization came slow, like waking from a bad dream. The world beyond the glass was pale, distant, a reflection of the clearing, reversed. I lifted my hand. The me outside lifted his too, but opposite, mirrored. He looked terrified. I tried to speak, but the sound didn't reach him. He reached for the glass. I pressed back. For a heartbeat, our palms met, cold on cold. Then he turned and ran. The world on my side dimmed. The other reflections gathered behind me, silent. The forest outside shimmered faintly, reforming itself. Time blurred after that. Days? Weeks? I couldn't tell. The light never changed. The air never moved. The others didn't speak. They just watched. Sometimes, I saw people pass through the clearing outside. Hikers, volunteers, even rangers. Some paused at the mirror, drawn to their own reflections. I wanted to scream, to warn them, but no sound came. Most turned away. A few didn't. Each time one stepped closer, the glass rippled, and another version joined us on this side. Eventually, I stopped trying to count. Then, one day, the forest outside shifted again. Brighter, greener, spring maybe. And there he was, or the one who'd replaced me, wearing my jacket, driving my truck, smiling like nothing had ever happened. He walked up to the mirror, close enough that I could see the scar on his chin, the one I got from falling off my bike at 12. He studied me. Then he raised his hand and tapped the glass 3 times. 3 taps, pause. 3 taps again. The same rhythm I'd heard against my cabin window. I pressed my hand to the glass, helpless. He leaned in, lips forming silent words. I read them easily. "Thank you." Then he turned and walked away. The clearing dimmed again, the mirror cooled. And I understood. The replacements didn't invade. They waited for someone curious enough to open the door. They didn't take us. We took their place. Sometimes, when the light hits right, I still see the reflection of the ranger station window from this side. I see him, the other me, drinking coffee, talking to Dillard, patrolling the trails. He looks happy, real, but every once in a while, when no one's around, he turns toward the glass, straight at me, and he smiles. If you ever hike near Laurel Loop, and you find an old wooden post marked 44, don't follow it. Don't take pictures. Don't look too long into anything that shines. Because sometimes the reflection isn't a trick of light. Sometimes it's a door. And sometimes it's already open. My name is Jacqueline Emery, though most people in the service call me Jackie. I've worked for the National Park Service for 12 years. 6 of those stationed in Oregon's Cascade Range, in a patch of forest that barely makes it onto the tourist maps. The station I manage isn't new. It's one of those Depression-era cabins built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s. Most rangers rotate every few seasons, but I stayed. The woods here felt older than the maps, and quieter than they had any right to be. I'm not what you'd call superstitious. I've handled black bears, patched up lost hikers, dragged drunks out of ravines, and even helped find a missing child once. You stop believing in ghost stories when you've dealt with enough of the living kind. But some places, they test your certainty. This station was one of them. When I was first assigned here, the transfer papers described it simply as Station 12. The locals had another name, the Hollow House. I thought it was a joke. It wasn't until the 3rd night on duty that I understood why. Behind the cabin, tucked under a slope of damp ferns and moss, was an old root cellar. The structure was half buried, a wooden door sunken into the earth, framed by stones slick with age. No one mentioned it in the maintenance logs. The hinges were red with rust, and the padlock had long since corroded. I assumed it was just a relic from the CCC days. Somewhere they stored potatoes, maybe ammunition, maybe both. The first time I heard it, I was on the porch writing up a storm report. It was early November, when the rain never seems to stop. The wind tore through the trees, howling like a living thing. I'd gotten used to it, but underneath the wind, beneath the hiss of the rain, I heard something else. A scream. Not sharp like pain. Not distant like an animal. It was human. A drawn-out, guttural howl that seemed to start deep underground, building in volume until it was vibrating in my ribs. Then it just stopped. I froze. Every ranger instinct I had told me to check it out. Every human instinct told me not to. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds before grabbing my flashlight and heading for the sound. The air was cold enough to burn in my throat. I circled behind the cabin, boots sinking into mud. The beam of my light bounced off the cellar door. It was trembling. Not a trick of the wind. The hinges were rattling like something was pushing from the inside. "Hello," I called out.
Ranger service!
Nothing. The door stilled. The forest went quiet in that suffocating way it does before something happens. I knelt and pressed a hand to the wood. It was vibrating faintly, like a heartbeat trapped in timber. The lock was still in place, fused shut by rust. I thought maybe an animal had gotten trapped. A raccoon, maybe a fox that fell in. But no animal makes a sound like that. I backed away and went inside, locking the cabin door behind me. I stayed up till dawn, The sound replaying in my head over and over. How human it had been, how wet it had sounded, like lungs torn open. The next morning, I went back. The door looked the same. Still locked, still half swallowed by moss and soil. No footprints except my own. The ground was dry under the ferns. Too dry. I don't know why, but that unnerved me more than the sound itself. I decided to call it in anyway. Dispatch thought it was an animal noise echoing through the drainage system. That seemed possible. Until I found the stairs. Later that week, I noticed a small dip in the earth behind the cellar's stone wall. An opening barely visible under years of debris. When I cleared the moss and roots, I found a narrow flight of concrete steps leading down. They were uneven, slick with algae, and disappeared into darkness. I radioed in again, half joking about a secret basement. The reply was static, then a click. Nothing. I tried 3 more times. Same result. The radio was fine when I stepped back toward the cabin. It was only dead near the cellar. The scream didn't come that night, nor the next. I started convincing myself it had been an animal after all. Maybe a cougar or some echo from the wind tunnels that form around the ridgeline. I almost believed it, until the 13th night. That night, it came again. Louder. I woke up around 2 a.m. The lantern on the table was still burning low. At first I thought it was thunder rolling across the valley, but then I recognized the tone. The ragged-in hail before a cry. The scream tore through the night, muffled and low, like it was dragging itself up from deep soil. I swear I heard words in it this time. No language I knew, just a rhythm like pleading. I didn't grab the flashlight. I grabbed my service pistol. The rain had stopped. Mist was rising from the ground like steam. As I rounded the back of the cabin, my breath fogged in front of me. The sound was unmistakable now, coming straight from beneath the earth. The cellar door wasn't shaking this time. It was breathing. The wood flexed with slow, rhythmic movement, expanding and contracting, as though lungs were pressed against it from the inside. Every hair on my body lifted. I leveled the flashlight, but the beam trembled. My name came through the air then. Soft, drawn out. It came from the cellar. I dropped the flashlight. The bulb shattered, plunging everything into shadow. There are moments where instinct takes over, flight instead of fight. I ran. Not back into the cabin, not down the trail, but straight into the trees, crashing through ferns until my legs gave out. I crouched behind a fallen log and listened. The forest was silent again. Then something moved inside the cabin. Boards creaked, footsteps deliberate and heavy, pacing. I stayed there until dawn. When I finally returned, the cabin door was open. The lantern inside was out. My flashlight lay on the porch, unbroken, and my boots, mud caked from the run, had been placed neatly beside the door. No one else was assigned to that station. I spent the morning on the radio until I got through to dispatch. I asked to file a formal report about disturbance of unknown origin. They transferred me to maintenance instead, saying the logs didn't show any structure with a cellar at Station 12. I told them I was looking at it. They said maybe I was misreading the site map. I faxed a photo the next day. No reply. When I checked the confirmation sheet, the transmission had gone through, but the copy that came back, the cellar wasn't in the photo, just the cabin, just ferns. That's when I stopped trying to explain it. Still, I couldn't stay away. Each evening, I'd catch myself walking to the back of the cabin, standing at the cellar door like it had some pull on me. It hadn't screamed again, not audibly. But the silence felt charged, like it was waiting for me to listen close enough. On the 17th night, I caved. I brought a crowbar, pried off the rusted lock, and lifted the latch. The door creaked open like something sighing in relief. Cold air poured out. Wet, metallic, heavy. My flashlight cut down the stairwell, the beam fading into a void. The walls were earthen, the steps descending into darkness. And faintly, just barely, I heard breathing not from below, from behind me. I turned. Nothing. When I looked back down the stairs, the breathing had stopped. In its place came the faint echo of my own voice. It whispered, "Go deeper." And I did. The air grew colder with each step. It wasn't the sharp kind of cold you get above ground. It was the heavy, still cold of something that's been sealed off too long. My flashlight beam flickered over dirt walls packed tight, glistening with condensation. Every sound felt louder than it should. My breath, the creak of boots, the faint scrape of loose stones rolling into unseen corners. The stairs turned after a dozen steps, curving left. A thin trickle of water ran along the side, catching the light like veins. I tried to track how far I'd gone down, but distance blurred fast underground. The air started to hum. Not a sound exactly, more like vibration, as though the ground itself was holding its breath. I reached a small landing where the steps stopped at a wooden door. This one was different, intact, cleaner, like it had been replaced not too long ago. No lock this time, just a handle darkened by use. I hesitated with my hand on it, my radio crackling faintly in my jacket pocket for the first time since I'd come down. Station 12. Confirm status. The voice was distant, distorted, but real. I pressed the mic. "This is Ranger Emery. I'm underground. Old cellar behind the main cabin. Do you copy? Static." Then, negative record. "No structure logged at that location. Return to." The voice cut out. I opened the door, and smell hit first. Damp, wood, rot, and something iron-like. Blood that had been washed, not spilled. My light panned across the room's small square, walls lined with wooden shelves. What sat on them wasn't jars or old tools like I expected. It was bones, dozens of them, tiny ones, arranged neatly, side by side, like specimens. At first I thought they were animal, but there was something unmistakably human about the curvature, the fragile ribs, the small jawlines, infant-sized. I took a step back, stomach twisting. The humming grew stronger, pressing against my skull, vibrating in my teeth. My flashlight dimmed to a weak yellow cone. Then the breathing started again. It came from the far corner, slow and uneven, like someone trying not to be heard. My light wavered toward it and caught movement. Something crouched there, pale against the wall. Not a person, not quite. Its limbs were long and jointed wrong, hands too large, fingers sunk deep into the dirt like roots. Its face, or what might have been a face, was turned toward the ground. Skin stretched tight over the skull, mouth open as though mid-scream, but no sound came out. I couldn't move, couldn't think. Only that low, instinctive understanding. You're not supposed to be here. My flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out completely. In the dark, the breathing turned into sobbing. Not from one direction anymore, around me. Whispering filled the space, soft, wet, forming words I almost recognized. My name again, then laughter. Faint but wrong, like someone remembering how to laugh. I bolted for the stairs. I could feel the ground moving under my feet, softening. Something brushed my leg, something warm. I tripped, slammed my shoulder against the wall. and scrambled upward. Behind me came a deep inhale, the sound of lungs filling for the first time in years. When I burst out of the cellar, dawn was breaking. The forest was gray and quiet. The air above ground felt too thin, too bright. I slammed the cellar door shut, dropped the bar, and stumbled back to the cabin. I don't remember sleeping. I must have passed out because I woke on the floor, still in uniform, gun beside me. My radio was hissing again. Random bursts of static, like someone trying to speak but cutting out mid-syllable. When I looked outside, the cellar door was open. The lock I'd pried off was back in place, newly shiny, as if it had never rusted. That's when I packed a bag. I told dispatch I was heading into town for supplies, left a note for the next rotation, and drove down the ridge. I made it 15 miles before the road vanished into fog thick as wet wool. My compass spun slow circles. The GPS read zeros. No signal. I turned the truck around. The station was closer. Back at the cabin, the world felt smaller. Trees leaned in closer to the roofline. Shadows darker than they'd been that morning. I tried not to look at the cellar. I told myself it wasn't real. That stress and isolation were playing tricks. Rangers hear things. The forest echoes weirdly. Animals cry in strange ways. All true most days. But that night, when the scream came again, it wasn't from underground. It was inside the cabin. I was sitting at the table, writing my report. The lantern flame shivered, though the air was still. Then came a faint knock from below the floorboards. 3 knocks, a pause. Then one long scrape, like fingernails dragging along the wood. I stood so fast the chair fell over. My servant's pistol felt useless in my hand. The sound traveled across the floor, stopping beneath me. Then, quiet. The silence was worse. I moved toward the door, but before I reached it, the lantern went out. The room filled with darkness so complete it felt thick. From the far corner, a voice whispered, soft, almost pleading, "Don't go back down there, Jackie." It was my voice. I froze. The whisper repeated, lower now, and the boards under my feet began to vibrate. The same rhythm as the cellar door had. The slow, pulsing mimicry of breathing. The air reeked of damp soil. My vision warped around the edges, light bending where there shouldn't be any. Then the floor split. A crack tore straight through the boards, revealing blackness beneath. From that gap came a faint glow, like lantern white seen through fog. The scream that followed wasn't one sound. It was hundreds, layered, writhing through the same narrow throat. I staggered back and fired into the floor. Wood splintered. The sound didn't stop. It deepened, like I'd fed it. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Mid-breath. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was aware. I sat there on the cabin floor until morning poured in through the windows. When I looked down, the boards were intact. No crack, no hole, no bullet marks. Only one thing was different. My boots, again, were placed neatly by the door. Mud cleaned off. I didn't go outside for the rest of the day. By dusk, I heard an engine. A Ranger truck. Backup finally coming. Relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. When I opened the door, 2 men stood outside. Uniforms clean, faces I didn't recognize. One held a clipboard. "Ranger Emery?" he asked. I nodded. He flipped a page. "This station's been decommissioned for 7 years. You're trespassing on federal property." I blinked. "That's not possible. I was assigned here 6 months ago." "Check your..." He raised a hand. "There's no record of any active assignment here since 2018. I looked past them. Their truck bore the right logo, but the paint was faded, old style. The driver's window was cracked and dusty. I asked where they were based. They didn't answer, just glanced toward the cellar and frowned slightly. "You shouldn't go near that," one said. "It's sealed for a reason." When I looked back toward the cellar, the door was gone. The hill was smooth, blanketed in ferns. The men turned back to the truck. The tires left no marks on the dirt when they drove off. I stood there, staring at that patch of ground until night came again. That's when I realized something that made my stomach drop. The air was humming again. Not from below, but inside my chest. My breathing wasn't matching the rhythm. It was the rhythm. Whatever had been trapped down there had followed me up. I left that night. Drove blind through fog until I hit the highway. I didn't stop until the mountains disappeared behind me. When I finally reached town, the first thing I did was check into a motel. The second thing was call Regional HQ. The line crackled, but a woman eventually answered. "This is Ranger Emery, Station 12. I need to file an incident report. Possible contamination, psychological or otherwise." Station 12, she interrupted. "Ma'am, that post was retired decades ago. Who did you say you were again?" I hung up. I should have left it at that. But I didn't, because the humming hasn't stopped. And every night, just before I fall asleep, I hear it start again. Not outside. Not under the floor. Inside my head. Breathing in. Breathing out. Waiting for me to listen. I told myself I'd never go back. But 3 months later, I did. It wasn't bravery. It was noise. The humming had followed me to town, a low vibration that filled every quiet moment. Doctors called it tinnitus. Therapists said trauma. I tried white noise, medication, even moving to a different apartment. But the sound stayed. Worse, sometimes it shaped itself into breathing again. Sometimes it said my name. So I drove north. Through sleet, through fog. Back toward the Cascades. The closer I got, the lighter my head felt, like the air itself was thinning. When I reached the service road, the sign for Station 12 was gone. The turnoff was overgrown, half swallowed by alder saplings. I parked at the gate, cut the engine, and listened. Silence. The forest had that unnatural stillness again. No wind, no insects, nothing. Like the world had turned down its own volume. I hiked the last mile on foot. The trail was unmarked, but my body remembered every bend. It always does. When the cabin finally appeared between the trees, it looked smaller. Rot had eaten through the porch steps, the roof sagging under moss. But the air around it, heavy, damp, expectant, was exactly the same. The cellar hill was still there, smooth, covered in ferns. No door. No sign it had ever existed. But when I stood above it, the humming inside my head deepened until it matched my heartbeat. I knelt and brushed aside the ferns. The soil pulsed faintly, rising and falling like breath. My palms sank into it, warm despite the cold air. And before I could stop myself, I whisper him here. The ground exhaled. A low moan crawled through the trees, and the earth split open in front of me. Slowly, soundlessly, the cellar door lifted itself from the dirt. Fresh wood, clean hinges. New. Waiting. The hum in my skull stopped, replaced by a voice. My own whispering from below. "Come back down." I should have run. Instead, I opened the door. The stairs looked the same as before. Damp concrete descending into blackness. But the air that rose out of the hole was warm and sweet, like decay masked with honey. I took one step, then another. The door closed behind me without a sound. My flashlight worked fine at first. The beam was steady white. But as I descended, the light bent strange. Edges softening, the air thickening like underwater glare. The walls weren't dirt anymore. They were breathing. I could see the slow expansion, contraction, the slick pulse under the surface. I kept moving. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I reached the bottom, I could end it. Whatever it was. The wooden door appeared again. The same one I'd opened months ago. But this time it was already ajar. Warm light spilled through the crack. I pushed it open. The shelves were gone. So were the bones. The room was empty except for a single chair in the center, and on it, me. Not a reflection. Not a hallucination. A second version of myself sat there, wearing my old uniform, hands folded neatly in her lap. She looked up as I entered, and her smile didn't reach her eyes. "You took your time," she said. Her voice matched mine perfectly. I stared, too stunned to speak. She tilted her head. "You heard it, didn't you? You let it in. What are you?" I managed. Her smile widened. The echo of what came before. The part that never left. She stood, slow and deliberate. The movement made the air ripple. Her boots made no sound on the floor. "You went back to the surface, but it stayed with you," she continued. "You breathe its rhythm now. You carry it. That's how it spreads." I backed toward the door, but it wasn't behind me anymore. The room had stretched, walls fading into dark distance. She took a step closer. "Do you remember the scream?" she whispered. "It was never pain. It was birth." The air grew dense, vibrating like a struck drum. From the walls, shapes began to push outward. Faces half-formed, mouths open in silent cries. Their features flickered like candlelight, human and not. I stumbled, tripped, fell hard. My flashlight rolled, spinning the light around the room. And that's when I saw them. Dozens of figures, pressed into the walls like fossils. Twisted bodies fused with roots, hands stretching toward me through the soil. Their eyes followed the movement of the beam. Each time I blinked, they were closer. The other me crouched beside me now, whispering too close to my ear. "You shouldn't have left it alone. It gets lonely. You know, down here in the dark." I lashed out with the flashlight. It passed straight through her. The beam bent, refracted, showing glimpses. Other faces, other rangers, all versions of me that had come before, all trapped mid-breath, mouths open in silent scream. I did the only thing I could think of. I screamed back. The sound tore out of me raw, echoing through the chamber, shaking loose dust and dirt. The figures in the walls twisted violently, the air erupting in a wave of noise. The ground heaved. My flashlight exploded. Darkness. Then, breathing again. Not from around me this time. From inside me. I could feel it pushing at my ribs, expanding, contracting. My lungs weren't moving on their own. Something else was breathing through me. I staggered forward, blind, groping for the stairs. My hands met wood, slick and warm. I climbed, tripping, crawling, dragging myself upward as the noise rose to a deafening pitch. Every breath I took came half a second too late, like the air had to decide if I deserved it. The door above gave way to light. I fell out onto the grass, gasping. The air was cold again, real again. The cellar door slammed shut behind me with a final, wet sound. When I looked up, the forest had changed. It wasn't dawn or dusk. It was something between. Shadows didn't move with the trees. They moved with me. The hum was gone, replaced by a steady pulse in the ground. I left the mountains that night for good. That was 2 years ago. I filed no report. I turned in my badge. I told myself it was just isolation sickness or hallucination from underground gas. But deep down I know better. Because it didn't end there. Sometimes when I drive through rural Oregon, I catch glimpses of that cellar hill. It's never in the same place twice. Sometimes off the highway, sometimes behind a rest stop. Always the same slope of ferns. Always the same faint rise and fall, like something sleeping beneath. And lately I've started hearing about other rangers. Ones who went missing near old stations. Ones who started hearing a low hum that no one else could. I heard one story from a rookie out of Mount Hood. He said he found a set of steps leading down under his cabin. Said he heard someone calling his name from below. He didn't go down, but he said the voice sounded familiar. I told him not to listen. Told him to leave no matter what he heard. He laughed, said I was superstitious. Then he asked, "Hey, did you ever work a post called Station 12? I hung up. The hum started again that night. Quieter now, but steady. I try to ignore it. Sometimes it stops for days, but when it returns, it feels closer. Inside the walls, inside my breath. The other morning, I woke to find dirt on the floor beside my bed. Not much, just a faint trail, like something crawled in from under the door. My boots were by the window, muddy again. I checked my phone. The screen flickered once before turning black. Then, faintly, from the speaker, my voice, go. Deeper. I dropped it. I don't know how long I have before it calls me back completely. Maybe that's what it wants. To keep pulling us down there, one by one, until the forest is full of echoes pretending to be us. If anyone finds this account, don't come looking. Don't try to find Station 12. Because even if you don't see the door, it will see you. And once you hear the breathing, once you match its rhythm, you've already opened it. My name is Leo Kwan, and I have served as a National Park Ranger at Zion for over 11 years. In that time, I've handled my share of strange things. Disoriented hikers who swear they saw glowing figures in the Narrows, or campers reporting the sound of chanting from the cliffs. Most of it I chalked up to exhaustion, dehydration, or imagination. The desert has a way of distorting your senses. Heat shimmer, echo, light bouncing in impossible ways off the sandstone. But what happened to me on May 17th, last year, can't be explained by any of those things. I've watched the footage 100 times, and every single time it leaves me with the same hollow feeling in my chest. Because at 09:12 a.m., my body cam shows me entering Hidden Arch Canyon. The next timestamp is 10:42 a.m., and I'm standing in the exact same spot. No cut, no motion. Just 2 minutes of nothing. It began like a routine patrol. Early May at Zion is busy, but Hidden Arch is a lesser-known offshoot trail, mainly used by climbers and a few backcountry hikers. The day was clear, sky the color of bleached bone, sun already climbing. I'd been assigned to check the condition of the trail after reports of a partial rockfall near the narrow bend about 2 miles in. Standard check. Photograph, document. My body cam was active, as per procedure, syncing to the station's database in real time. At 18:30, I radioed base. Ranger Kwan, starting Hidden Arch sweep. Entering from north approach. I got the usual acknowledgement. Static and the clipped voice of Ranger. Bennett confirming my route. The first mile was uneventful. The canyon walls narrowed as I went, towering red, orange cliffs on both sides, streaked with mineral lines like dried blood. The silence there is different from most places. It's not absence of sound. It's the presence of waiting. Every footstep comes back to you, warped and delayed. Birds vanish once you pass the first bend, replaced by the faint hiss of wind scraping the stone. I noted some small debris near a washout. Snapped photos marked coordinates. Around 0900, I reached the section where the walls pinch tight. Hidden arch sits just beyond, a sandstone curve that catches morning light perfectly. A natural bridge carved by centuries of erosion. That's where the camera starts getting strange. When I reviewed the footage later, the time at the bottom right corner reads 09:02:06 as I lift my eyes toward the arch. I remember adjusting the brim of my hat, squinting at the glare and stepping forward. Then nothing. The next frame shows Tuntin Funsusan 39. The light hasn't changed much, but my stance is identical. My hands are still at my sides, the same position. Even the dust on my boots hasn't shifted. I didn't feel anything odd in that moment. No dizziness, no missing time in my head. 1 second I was there, scanning the arch, and the next, I noticed my watch. I remember tapping it, thinking the battery had died. It read 10:14. I frowned, then checked my radio. It was still on the same channel, static whispering softly.
Base, this is Quan.
I said. Time check. There was a pause. Then Bennett's voice crackled through. Copy Leo. 10:02 a.m.s. I remember standing there for a long moment, just listening to the wind slide through the canyon. It had changed. Less rhythmic, more like a slow pulse. A low hum beneath it, almost imperceptible. The kind of frequency that makes your chest tighten without knowing why. I shook it off, told myself maybe I'd just zoned out longer than I thought. Sun exposure can play tricks, even early in the day. But when I looked down at the GPS unit clipped to my vest, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. The recorded coordinates were frozen. The tracker hadn't logged any movement since 09:05. I crouched to reset it, cycling through menus, but it refused to refresh. Just a still frame of my location. The same coordinates repeated. When I turned back toward the arch, I thought I saw movement. A flicker of white, like cloth vanishing around the curve. Hello, I called. My voice echoed. Once, twice, but came back delayed, half a second too long, as if bouncing off a wall further than the canyon should allow. I took a few cautious steps forward, boots scraping grit. The air grew cooler. My shadow stretched oddly against the wall, longer than it should have been at that hour. I chalked it up to angle and light distortion, but unease had begun to creep in. The arch loomed ahead, sandstone curving overhead like a jaw frozen mid-bite. Beneath it, the ground dipped slightly, packed with fine, pale dust. I crouched to examine what looked like boot prints, but the pattern didn't match any standard trade. The soles were too narrow, like old-fashioned leather shoes. I counted 5 prints. 2 forward, 3 backward. A faint metallic scent hung in the air. Not blood exactly, but something mineral and sharp. The longer I stood there, the quieter the canyon became. Even the hum of wind fell away, leaving only the faint crackle of static in my earpiece. Base. You still there? I asked again. Silence. I turned slowly in place, scanning the walls. The color had shifted. Not red now, but dull brown. Like the sandstone had been dusted with ash. I blinked, and it was back to red. Just like that. I pressed on, just far enough to reach the base of the arch. That's when my vision warped. Subtle at first, like heat haze, but then deeper, rolling distortions across the air. I took a step back instinctively. The GPS unit on my vest blinked once, Then the screen filled with garbled lines, symbols flickering too quickly to read. Then came the sound, a deep, layered tone, rising from the canyon floor. Not a natural echo, not anything human. It vibrated the stone. I felt it through my boots, through my teeth. I must have blacked out for a few seconds, because the next thing I remember is standing several yards back, facing the arch again, breathing hard. The sound had stopped. The sunlight looked normal, but I couldn't remember walking backward. I turned around and started heading out. My body felt wrong, off balance, like I'd just stepped off a boat. Every few steps, the shadows around me seemed to twitch, like frames skipping in an old film. My mind screamed fatigue, but my body wasn't tired. My pulse was steady. At 10:30, I finally reached the mouth of the canyon. The first thing I did was radio base again. "This is Quan, finishing sweep of Hidden Arch. I think my GPS is malfunctioning. Request time check." Bennett came back almost instantly this time. "Copy 10:32. Everything okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "Just equipment acting up, back at the truck." I opened my field log and wrote everything down, as best I could remember. At that point, I wasn't ready to admit anything out of the ordinary. The footage would explain it, I thought. Maybe a data glitch, a frozen frame. Something. But when I uploaded it that afternoon, the system flagged the timestamp discrepancy automatically. Footage contains missing interval exceeding 60 minutes. The report read, "No detectable edit or corruption." I watched the clip that night in the ranger office. The digital clock overlay ticked smoothly up to 09:06 frame by frame. Then it jumped. No blur, no distortion. Just straight to ton of 4:39. My position didn't change. The arch behind me didn't shift. The wind in the microphone stayed the same tone throughout, continuous. The missing hour was seamless. The tech specialist at the main station in Springdale took a look 2 days later. He said he'd never seen anything like it. "If it was a glitch, you'd have at least a frame drop or encoding break," he told me. "But it's not. The video thinks time just skipped, like your camera jumped over it on purpose." He laughed a little, like it was just a curiosity, but I could tell it bothered him. "You sure you didn't stop recording?" "I didn't touch the camera," I said. He shrugged and handed it back. "We'll archive it as an anomaly. Maybe it's cosmic interference or magnetic disturbance." That night, I couldn't sleep. The more I thought about it, the more fragments surfaced. Little sensations from that blank space. The smell of iron. A flicker of blue light behind my eyelids. A voice that might have said my name, but drawn out like a sigh lead EO. I told myself it was just the mind filling in blanks, the way dreams do after memory gaps. Still, when I looked in the mirror brushing my teeth, I noticed something. My reflection didn't blink when I did. Just for half a second. A trick of the light, maybe. The next morning, I checked my GPS logs again. The data points resumed at 10:14, same as the video. But there was one irregular entry buried in the metadata, a single coordinate logged at 09:42 and 17. About 30 feet deeper into the canyon than I ever went. When I overlaid it on the digital map, the coordinate didn't line up with any known topography. The terrain there was marked as solid rock. I stared at the map for a long time before closing the laptop. I didn't mention it in my report. I told myself I'd go back, just once more, to see if there was some physical explanation. Some crevice or fold the map didn't show. Maybe it was just an echo in the signal. But as I packed my gear for the return trip, I noticed something else. My watch, the same one I'd worn that day, had stopped exactly at 09:12, and when I tried to wind it, the second hand trembled once, then refused to move. I didn't plan to go back so soon, but the missing hour gnawed at me like grit in a wound. The more I tried to ignore it, the more it pulled. I'd catch myself staring at my phone clock for no reason, or pausing mid-sentence when the ranger station wall clock ticked just slightly off beat. I told myself it was simple curiosity, just another field inconsistency to document. But that wasn't the truth. The truth was that something had looked at me out there, and I needed to know if it was still watching. 3 mornings after the incident, I signed out a solo patrol under the guise of equipment retrieval. The tech unit had already logged my camera and GPS data, so no one questioned it. I left before sunrise, driving along the Clark's Service Road while the cliffs glowed faint pink in the early light. The canyon air carried that mineral cold you only get before the heat wakes up. When I reached the trailhead, I hesitated. The arch itself was still over a mile in, hidden from sight, but already the wind sounded different. Low, constant, like breath through a hollow reed. I switched on the new bodycam, checked the timestamp, Zo 7 Heim Fevio 8, and started in. The trail was unchanged. Foot-worn sand, thin brush, long shadows crawling west. I moved slower than usual, noting small things I hadn't before. A section of wall where the stone was pitted in perfect circles, each the size of a coin. An old survey marker hammered into the rock that looked half melted, as if heat had fused the edges. None of it should have been possible in this climate. At 0900 I radioed base. "This is Quan. Entering Hidden Arch Canyon again. Equipment check only. Copy that," came the reply. "Keep us updated. Still using the same route?" "Affirmative," I said. They didn't need to know that every nerve in me was screaming to turn back. The canyon walls drew closer the further I walked, sunlight narrowing into a knife edge above. The air cooled again, denser now. Sound moved strangely. My footsteps echoed ahead of me, not behind. At zone 910, I reached the same bend where I'd lost time before. The GPS unit blinked normally this time, coordinates updating every few seconds. I almost relaxed, until I saw the first set of footprints in the dust ahead. They were my own. Same tread pattern, same boot size. The spacing matched my gait. But they didn't lead forward. They led out of the canyon, away from the arch. I crouched, comparing the angle of the heel marks. They'd been pressed hard, like someone running. I followed them backward, heart hammering. The tracks led around the bend toward the arch clearing, and ended abruptly in a perfect half print. Toe smudged, as if the rest of the body had vanished mid-step. The air shimmered faintly there, just as before. I stood perfectly still. "Base, this is Quan. Do you copy?" "Static." I tried again. Base reading me. A crackle came through, then a voice, not Bennett's. It was faint, flattened by interference. "Quan." I froze. "No, is this?" I asked. No response. Just another pulse of static, then a single, warped phrase. "You left yourself." I tore off the headset, pulse pounding in my throat. The canyon had gone utterly silent. Even the wind had stopped. The arch loomed ahead, same as before. But this time, faint marks covered its surface. Lines, not carvings. Almost like the impression of veins beneath translucent skin. The rock looked alive in the half-light. I don't remember making the decision to move closer. My legs just carried me forward. Each step deepened the quiet until I could hear my own pulse echoing against the walls. 10 feet from the base, I heard the sound again. The deep vibration that had filled the canyon last time. But it wasn't coming from the ground now. It was coming from inside the arch. My vision wavered. The light bent around the curve like heat through glass. And then I saw movement, a shape forming in the shimmer, human-sized, faceless at first, then solidifying into something impossible. It was me. Same uniform, same hat, same scuffed boots, even the faint smudge of dirt on my left sleeve. My double stood under the arch, perfectly still. I couldn't breathe. Every instinct screamed to run, but my body wouldn't listen. "Hello," I managed, voice cracking. It tilted its head slightly, like a curious animal. Then it smiled, or tried to. The movement rippled through its face like a glitch in slow motion, stretching too wide. I stumbled back, hand going to my radio again.
Base!
Anyone, come in.
I have. The feed cut out with a shriek of static. My camera display flickered once, then froze on a still frame, me staring back at myself. The figure raised its hand, mirroring me perfectly. But as it did, its shadow didn't move. The darkness stayed pinned to the canyon wall, shape distended and trembling. I took another step back. The air felt heavy now, each breath thick with the smell of rust and ozone. The figure moved forward in perfect sync with me, but its boots left no prints. Then, without warning, everything blinked out. The world went white. I don't know how long I was gone. When the whiteness cleared, I was lying face up in the dust, staring at the same sliver of sky through the canyon. My body ached like I'd fallen. The time on my watch read 20:42. Again. For several seconds I couldn't move. My limbs felt heavy, like they belonged to someone else. The hum was gone. So was the figure. When I finally stood, the canyon looked normal. Sunlight steady, wind returning in small bursts. I checked my GPS, frozen again at 09:12. Same coordinates. Panic finally broke through the numbness. I turned and started back the way I came, almost running this time. Every sound around me echoed wrong, delayed, reversed, overlapping itself. My footfalls landed a half beat before I made them. It took longer than it should have to reach the trailhead. When I burst into open sunlight, I gasped like someone surfacing from deep water. My radio crackled alive again immediately. "Leo, where the hell have you been?" It was Bennett this time, definite, real. "I just came out of the canyon," I said. There was a pause. "You've been offline for over an hour." My throat went dry. "What time is it?" 11:18. I sat down hard on a boulder. My legs were shaking. "Bennett, I left at 8. He didn't respond for a moment. Then, quietly, "You need to come in. Back at base." The senior ranger and a couple of admin staff were waiting. They looked at me like I'd crawled out of the ground. Bennett played the footage immediately. Once again, the bodycam showed me entering the canyon at 09C2004. Then, without warning, jumped to 10C1438. Only this time, the missing hour wasn't blank. The frames between were there, but distorted beyond comprehension. The image bent like liquid, colors inverted. In some frames, the arch pulsed with blue light. In others, a second figure appeared beside me, flickering between forms, sometimes clear, sometimes only a smear of motion. The audio was worse. Beneath the wind, there was a faint whisper repeating something, too low to understand, until one of the texts slowed it down. Then the words became distinct. "You left yourself." I stopped the playback. My hands were shaking. The tech looked pale. This isn't data corruption. The camera recorded it. It's there. They sent the file up to the state office. Within 24 hours, I was told to take administrative leave, pending a wellness review. That's the standard phrasing when they think you've cracked. But here's the part I can't tell anyone officially. When I checked my personal gear that night, I found something wedged inside the pocket of my field jacket. A slip of paper, torn and brittle, folded in half. Inside, written in my own handwriting, was a single line: "Don't go a third time." The paper was warm to the touch. For the next few days, I stayed in my quarters, trying to rest. But my sleep was broken by dreams of the canyon. Except in the dream, the arch wasn't stone. It was a doorway, and something stood just behind it, whispering my name in that same stretched voice. On the fourth morning, I woke to find dust on my boots. The same pale dust from Hidden Arch Canyon. I hadn't left the room, and my reflection in the window by the bed lingered half a second too long before moving. By the fifth day, I stopped pretending it was only stress. Whatever had happened in that canyon hadn't stayed there. It had followed me back. Or maybe it had left something in my place, and I was the one who followed it. I don't know anymore. The first sign came during an evening briefing at the station. I was seated across from Bennett and two volunteers, listening half-heartedly to road updates. My hands were steady on the table. Then I blinked, and the room was empty. Same clock on the wall. Same papers spread out, but no sound, no people. I blinked again, and they were all there, mid-sentence. No one noticed my pause. Later, in the restroom, I washed my face and caught my reflection breathing a moment slower than me. Not late, not early, just slightly off sync. As if time itself had started to stutter. I reported none of this. A ranger who talks about ghosts of seconds doesn't stay a ranger long. That night I woke at 10:30 p.m. Same time as before, the same minute my footage always jumped to. My room was cold, desert cold, the kind that settles deep in the bones. At the foot of my bed, dust had gathered in a faint semicircle, as though something had been standing there. I told myself it was in my head. I even said it aloud. It's in your head. But then something answered. A faint echo of my own voice, a beat behind. Your head. The next morning I went straight to the admin office. I told them I needed to review the case files from the past few years. Missing person reports. Unsolved disappearances near Hidden Arch. The clerk raised an eyebrow but let me in. There were 3. The oldest dated back to 1982. An experienced hiker named Charles Redmond vanished on the Hidden Arch Trail during an early morning trek. The search turned up nothing. The report noted conflicting witness times. One couple claimed to have seen him leaving the canyon after he'd already been declared missing. The second was from 2003. 2 climbers, both recovered dazed and dehydrated. They'd claimed they'd lost an hour near the arch. Their watches had all stopped at 09:12. The third was more recent, 2020. A ranger trainee. Her name was Allison Red. The file was redacted in parts, but the last note caught my eye: body cam lost. Recovered footage shows stationary image with temporal anomaly. Duration 62 minutes. I read that line over and over until the letters blurred. I went back to my quarters that afternoon, locked the door, and laid out everything from my pockets. The folded note, the dead watch, the GPS unit frozen on that coordinate. I aligned them on the desk like evidence. And then, because I couldn't help myself, I opened the GPS log again. There was still that single extra coordinate buried deep in the data, 094217. Every time I looked at it, my skin crawled. That's where the missing hour lived, somewhere between those numbers. I made my decision around dusk. The park had quieted, the tourists gone, the sky dimming to indigo. I packed light, flashlight, camera, radio. I didn't sign out, I just left. Driving through the park at night feels like moving through a fossil. The cliffs hold their breath. The stars press close, too bright, too sharp. By the time I reached the Hidden Arch trailhead, the air was perfectly still. Not even the crickets dared. I switched on the body cam at 0900 p.m. Out of habit, though I wasn't sure which clock that meant anymore. The red light blinked once, steady. Halfway in, the world began to slip again. Sounds dulled, color faded. The sand underfoot grew finer, almost powdery. My own footsteps muffled, as if I were walking underwater. When I reached the bend, I felt it before I saw it. A low pressure in the air, like the moment before thunder. Then the arch appeared ahead, luminous in the moonlight. But this time it wasn't empty. Someone stood beneath it. For a moment, I thought it was another ranger, broad-shouldered, hat brim low. Then he stepped into the open, and I saw the face. My face. Not the same one I'd seen before, though. This one looked older, drawn, skin grayish, eyes hollow. He lifted a hand to shield his face from my light. "Leo," he said. His voice was dry, cracked. "Don't." I froze. What is this?" He shook his head slowly. "You don't come back from the third time." I opened my mouth, but before I could speak, another voice came from behind me, a perfect copy of mine. "He's lying." I turned. Another me stood there, cleaner uniform, eyes bright, smiling too wide. The two versions of me faced each other, one shadowed, one gleaming. And I stood between them, unable to breathe. The arch pulsed faintly above, veins of light crawling through the stone. The hum began again, low and rhythmic, resonating through my ribs. "Which one's real?" I whispered. They both smiled. Then the older one lunged forward and grabbed my arm. His grip was freezing. "Don't let it finish the hour," he hissed. "Whatever it shows you, look away." The other me moved fast. Too fast, crossing the distance in a blink. His hand pressed against my chest, and the world folded. Suddenly, I wasn't in the canyon. I was in the ranger station, standing at my desk. Morning light poured through the blinds. My colleagues moved around like normal, laughing, talking. For a moment, relief hit until I saw the clock. 09:12. I blinked. Everyone froze mid-motion. Coffee steam hung still in the air. The hum rose again, coming from behind the walls, beneath the floor. I turned slowly. The window had turned to stone. Sandstone. Glowing from within. The arch was there, impossible, cutting through the office wall. The voice came from inside it, layered and deep. "You left yourself." I tried to move, but my body didn't respond. My hand reached for the camera automatically, fingers trembling. "What do you want from me?" The voice laughed softly, 1,000 overlapping tones. "You were here the whole time." And then I understood. The hour wasn't missing. I was. Everything warped. The station peeled apart like film melting in a projector. Light folded, space thinned, and I was standing once again beneath the real arch, if you can call it that. The air was vibrating, the rock shimmering like glass. My two doubles stood ahead, both flickering now, bleeding into one another. The older one's face was half gone, light pouring through the gaps. The younger was splitting at the edges, smile frozen. I raised my hand and saw that it wasn't steady. My fingers left faint after images in the air, lagging fractions of a second behind. I screamed, or tried to. No sound came out. The hum climbed higher, becoming almost a voice. It said my name again, stretched and breaking. Leo. Then, everything stopped. The light cut out. The canyon went dead silent. My breath echoed once, twice. When I opened my eyes, dawn was breaking. I was standing outside the trailhead, body cam still rolling. The time read 10:10 a.m. Exactly 1 hour had passed. I stumbled to my truck and drove straight back to base. Bennett was there, pacing. When he saw me, his face went pale. "Leo, what the hell?" he started, but stopped mid-sentence. His eyes fixed on my collar. "What?" I asked. He pointed. "Your patch. It's the old design. They changed those 3 years ago." I looked down. He was right. The stitching was faded sun, bleached. Later, when I reviewed the footage, the hour gap was there again. Except this time, for a fraction of a second before it cuts back in, the camera catches something. My own silhouette walking away from the arch, disappearing into the rock as though it opened for me. I've tried to tell myself it's a trick of light, a glitch in the encoding, but deep down, I know better. The time doesn't skip anymore. Not on clocks or screens. It skips in me. Sometimes in the middle of a sentence, the world jumps. I'll be standing in one place. Then suddenly I'm halfway across the room. Same thought in my head, breath continuous. And at exactly 10:02 every morning, for one single second, my reflection looks straight at me and mouths the words I can't hear. I think it's counting down,